Benny Henson was once a quiet man, but betrayal changes people. The night his wife, Miriam, left him for a banker, she tried to take everything: his home, his pride. But Benny snapped. Right there on his porch, he hurled her and her lover into the rose bushes, igniting small-town gossip. Now, at the pub, he walks in with fierce confidence, locking eyes with me. The whispers follow, but he's unfazed. Benny is done with survival. This is his comeback, his revenge, and I'm right beside him as he reclaims his story. I was sitting at the table chatting with my friends when Hilda looked toward the door. "Wow, look at that. It's Benny Henson. I thought he would just fade away after his wife left him." His breakup was quite messy and painful. It was mostly her doing, and it really took a toll on him. She left him for a banker and tried to take everything in their divorce. She brought all the papers, saying it was fair and just needed his signature. Benny was quiet, but people thought he didn't have much to say because he didn't talk a lot. He thanked her for her help, turned around, and confronted Bob. He pulled Bob out of the house and tossed him over the porch railing into the rose bushes. When his soon-to-be ex-wife complained, he tossed her in too. Then he decided to make things worse and soaked them both with water. He leaned over the rail and warned them that if they tried to fight back, he knew how to make them regret it. They stayed silent. Unfortunately, a neighbor saw everything and couldn't keep it to themselves. His wife worked for Bob at the bank, and soon enough, rumors and hints about the incident spread around the office. If Benny's dad hadn't owned a large part of the bank, they might have been fired. Benny had a distant cousin who was a really good divorce lawyer. In the end, since she earned more money and was unfaithful, she had to pay him support for 3 years, or until he remarried. When they filed a complaint against the bank for breaking the rules, they settled quietly for an undisclosed sum. She really wanted the big house that Benny had bought, so she had to pay him a good amount to keep it. Benny ended up with some extra money and a consistent income. What he lost was his self-esteem. He felt lost, and it really affected his confidence. When she realized she was going to lose a lot, she tried to damage his reputation, making hurtful comments about him. She only stopped when she was warned about a lawsuit, but by then the damage was done. He held his head high, but it was hard, and he withdrew from everyone. He took a delivery job that kept him busy on the road, almost disappearing from our social scene. But then, here he was, walking right toward us. We were the usual group of friends who met every other Thursday at the local pub to relax a bit. We would flirt, dance, and sometimes enjoy a drink together. Housewives, professionals, factory workers, what brought us together was a shared history since grade school. We were just the girls, without any divides. Some of us were married, others divorced, but everyone knew each other's stories. Benny stood in front of me, looking a bit nervous before he spoke quickly. "Bonnie, can I talk to you for a minute? I'd like to ask you something." I was enjoying a drink and feeling good. Benny and I had been neighbors since we were 5 and were close friends until junior high. Then we started to drift apart. Benny didn't really have a specific group of friends. He got along with everyone, but often kept to himself. I was part of a group of popular girls with guys always nearby. Benny dated but never showed interest in me, which made me curious. Now here he was, suddenly wanting something from me. Feeling a bit bold from my drink, I responded playfully, "Go ahead, ask me whatever. I know you've always wanted my help." The other girls giggled, enjoying his flustered expression. Benny looked surprised. No, I need professional help. There's something I know you're very good at. I'll pay you." I couldn't resist teasing him a bit more. "Benny, I said you can have my help for free, and I really am good at it." Laughter filled the room. Benny turned red and mumbled for me to forget it as he walked towards the door. I quickly jumped up and took his arm, pulling him toward the dance floor just as a slow song started. At first, he seemed stiff, but he started to loosen up and even appeared to enjoy it. I leaned in and whispered to him, "Relax, Benny. I was just teasing. You know how playful I can be?" He smiled and replied, "I remember. You always tried to make me blush." I couldn't help it. You were always so serious. When the song ended, we stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. Come back to the table, I encouraged. Tell me what you need. You know I'll help if I can. He shifted uncomfortably again. This needs to be a private talk. I'll call you in the next few days. Do you still have your number? I canceled my home phone. I mainly use my cell. Just give me yours, and I'll save it. I was surprised when he handed me a brand new smartphone. I must have looked shocked. Benny smiled and said, "Can't avoid technology forever, Bonnie. When's a good time to call?" "Right now. On Saturday at 6 o'clock, I'll be at your house, but I want some food, your famous ribs, and dessert. Then I'll be more open to helping you." He looked taken aback. Bonnie, I'd love to, but I don't want to interrupt your plans." "Are you sure you don't want to do it on a weeknight?" "Look around, my friend. In this small town, my options are pretty limited. Everything that's available has been tried and set aside so many times that it's practically worn out. It'll be nice to spend an evening with someone I actually enjoy." I insisted he return to the table and sit with us until a slow song played on the jukebox. He felt nice to be around, and I was sad when he had to leave. As for me, I had another cup of coffee and then went home to my big, empty house and my quiet life. I was a lot like Benny. I never saw it coming. We had plans for our lives. My husband was supposed to rise through his job while I would be the best high school English teacher in the state. Judging by the awards on my wall, I did my part well. He reached vice president, but then decided he wanted a younger wife for his social events. I was replaced by someone young and attractive, but not very bright. He managed to secure a job on the West Coast and took most of the money with him. I kept the house, a bit of cash, my car, and some painful memories. I had just retired from teaching when he left. It was too late to return to full-time work, so I did some substitute teaching. It helped with finances and kept me from feeling bored, but it wasn't the life I had dreamed of. Without a doubt, I was still an attractive woman. I exercised regularly, ate well, and took care of myself. Many women my age worry about every new wrinkle and change, but overall, I believed I looked pretty good. Men in their 40s to 60s seemed to think so too. I went on dates fairly often, but none were serious. I struggled to find someone who truly caught my attention. Maybe that was why I was so excited about dinner with Benny. I often wondered why Benny never asked me out. My marriage ended about 6 months after his, and we would run into each other occasionally around town. He was always friendly, but never made any moves. If you're a woman, this makes you curious and a bit vain. Benny was many things, but above all, he was known for making the best barbecue in the area, possibly even the state. He was always in demand for private parties and fundraisers. Last year, the local Republicans almost canceled a rally because he wasn't available. That's why I pushed him to prepare those ribs. I knew from experience they would be delicious, with just the right mix of vinegar and spices. I was not let down. The ribs were perfect. He had a special recipe for coleslaw that he took pride in. He would say anyone could slather barbecue sauce on cabbage, but very few could make great coleslaw. He also made a tasty potato salad with the same dressing and cornbread pancakes instead of hush puppies, which was another one of his specialties. Baked beans with barbecue and big pieces of red onions mixed in. His wife was foolish to leave meals like that behind. I told him as I leaned back from the table. He smiled. She never liked barbecue much. It wasn't fancy enough for her. I patted my tummy, glad I wore a loose sundress instead of tight jeans. Good. More for me. I'm glad you said that. I haven't brought out dessert yet. I groaned. Let's wait a bit. If I take one more bite right now, I might explode. Take me for a walk. This is the first time I've been to your new house. His ex chose a bad time to leave. It was just before the housing market fell, and Benny ended up with a good deal when she bought him out. When Bob left his wife for her, he faced his own struggles, too. People said they were barely making enough to pay the new mortgage. Maybe that's why we didn't see them around like before. Oh, well. Benny kept his money for a while because he wasn't sure if he wanted to stay in the area. When housing prices dropped, there were lots of great deals, and he took his time, finally picking a small 2-bedroom house with 4 acres of land. He paid for it all at once. It was in good condition, and he kept it very tidy. He held my hand as he showed me around. For some reason, this made me very happy. I admired his vegetable garden and flower beds that were beautiful. I told him so. He looked right into my eyes and said, "I've always liked beautiful things." For once, I felt my cheeks getting warm. We sat on the porch swing, watching the sunset over his pond. He reached over and flipped a switch, and 3 small fountains burst into life in the middle of the pond. The water created little rainbows against the setting sun. He continued to surprise me. I felt as happy as I had in a long time, so I decided to tease him a little until he turned red. "Benny, I know why you asked me to come here. The secret must be bothering you. I'm happy you decided to share it with me first. But it's pretty obvious to anyone who spends time with you." He really turned bright red. "What do you mean, What have they been saying?" Benny, everyone knows you don't like NASCAR, professional wrestling, or basketball. We all secretly know you're a fan of a different kind of sport. Just admit it, you'll feel better. You're probably a hockey fan." Bonnie, I was living here when your parents moved here." "NASCAR? Watching people drive in circles for 4 hours, really? Most people only watch for the crashes, and you can see those on the news highlights later." "Basketball? Watching tall people run up and down a court trying to get a ball through a hoop? The only reason anyone watches that is to bet." "And wrestling? If you enjoy watching guys in tight clothing act in ways that would get them in trouble outside of a ring, you might want to reconsider what you value. It feels like a soap opera taken to an extreme. As for hockey, guys skating around hitting a tiny puck and each other with sticks, I'll never get it. Now, imagine if you could put wrestlers in race cars, have them drive a few laps, play a game of hoops, and then let the winners wrestle with basketball players. Add some special effects, a last-minute shot, maybe a crash or two, and a bit of banter. That would be fun. If a couple of them wore masks, it might be perfect. I decided to change the subject. "Benny, why am I really here? What is the big secret?" He asked me to wait a moment. When he returned, he had a piece of paper and a check. He handed me the check. It was made out to me for $100, with a note saying it was a deposit for future services. The other paper was a legal agreement from a law firm nearby. "Sign this and take the check, Bonnie. If you don't, I won't say another word." Curiosity often leads people to make choices. I signed and passed it back to him. Once he had it, he led me into his house and to the spare bedroom, which he had turned into an office. It was neat and organized, with a fancy computer on the desk. He gave me one last warning. "I know you've signed the paper, but I want you to promise me you won't tell anyone. Eventually, everyone will know, but I want it to be on my terms. When the time is right, you can share the news if you want." "Benny, have I ever broken your trust? I thought not. But if you don't tell me what's going on right now, I'll scream. Talk to me." "Okay, sit in the office chair. It's more comfortable. This will take some time." He paced for a moment, then started talking. "When Miriam left me, it hit me hard. I had no idea she had fallen out of love and found someone else. I believed we were happy. Our kids were grown, and we were free to enjoy our time together. The night before she introduced Bob to me was intimate. I see now it was her way of saying goodbye. Looking back, it seems strange that someone could share those moments with one person and express love to another so quickly. Also, she went to great lengths to claim everything we had built together. I never imagined someone could act like that. I felt numb. If it weren't for my family, she would have gotten everything she wanted. I knew I wasn't in a good place to stand up for myself. I interrupted him. "I can't say I understand everything you were going through, but I can relate. I was nearly as shocked as you were when Dan left. It was cold and harsh, and I didn't have the support you had. It really hit me hard. We're quite the pair, aren't we?" I tried to smile even though I was teary. He surprised me by coming over and giving me a gentle hug. "I'm sorry, Bonnie. I know it was tough. I hope we're both doing better now." That said, at that time, I was a real mess. My old boss faced a similar situation. He urged me to get help and even connected me with his counselor. It truly helped me. In fact, it has led me to where I am today. My therapist encouraged me to write down my thoughts so we could discuss them during our sessions. I filled up about 30 notebooks. It was helpful, but I discovered something. I loved to write. She praised my writing style and advised me to pursue it, mainly to aid my healing. So I took a creative writing class at the community college. I started writing a lot. I bet I didn't turn on the television for 6 months. I almost hurt my wrist from it until I bought a computer and learned how to use it. At first, I wrote just for my own fun. Then I wanted to share my work for feedback and see if people were interested. Since I didn't want anyone nearby to know, I turned to the internet. There are amazing websites for writers out there. And I received feedback. People seemed to really like my writing. One person suggested that many of my stories were about my ex-wife and the pain I felt, and advised me to try a site called Literotica. Have you heard of it? I felt uneasy, but hoped he wouldn't notice my discomfort and said I hadn't heard of it. It's a site for all types of stories, from science fiction and fantasy to romance and more. There are even sections specifically for different themes, although some might not suit everyone's taste. I wrote a few pieces expressing my feelings about my ex, but while there were many ways to express my anger, it's hard to keep that feeling forever. So I avoided the really severe topics and focused on love stories instead. I've always believed in happy endings, even if I know they don't always happen. Now I mainly write romance and have been doing it for 2 years. I've gained some popularity and enjoy receiving comments, whether they are good or bad. It keeps me grounded and helps me be a better writer. Anyway, one of the features of the site allows you to share your work with publishers. About 2 months ago, I picked out a few pieces of my best work and submitted them. 2 weeks ago, I received a request to send some samples of my writing to a publisher. I shared a draft of a novel I had just finished, along with a few short stories. To my surprise, they really liked the novel. I got an email asking me to have a professional editor look it over to make it better. They wanted me to send it back, and if they liked it, they would publish it. That's where you come in. I remember you worked for a publisher right after college as an assistant editor before you started teaching. Can you help me? We can figure out a fair rate so I can pay you. Are you interested? I remembered my time working for a publisher. I was an assistant editor, which meant I handled a lot of the routine tasks while the real editors helped authors find success. I learned a lot during that time and enjoyed it. Wow! A writer! This is unexpected. I would love to help, but I might need some practice. When can I take a look? He looked relieved. As soon as you'd like. I can pull it up now if that works for you. I'd like to see some of your older work first to understand how you've grown as a writer. Is that okay? Of course, let me find it for you. He opened his page on a writing site. I was surprised to see over 30 stories, a few poems, and 2 novellas. Get comfortable and take your time. I'll wash the dishes and make coffee. Let me know when you want a break. He leaned over and thanked me. Thanks, that really means a lot. My cheek felt warm after that. All right, I thought to myself. Let's see what he has. I smelled the coffee and looked up to find Benny behind me. Break time! You've been working for almost 3 hours. Take a break before you tire yourself out. I sliced the cake I made for dessert. It's on the table. Stretch a bit and join me. The cake was delicious. Benny had a funny name for it, saying it was better than most desserts, but not quite the best. I agree, I said, enjoying the cake. What do you mean? That the cake is good, but other things are better? How did he always make me blush like this? I must be out of practice. Yes, I said, trying to sound mysterious. Take some home if you want. I usually give it to friends I work with. Let me grab a plate for you. He rummaged through the cabinet until he found one. I looked at the clock and was startled to see it was 11:30. I'm sorry I lost track of time. Why didn't you tell me to take a break sooner? This must be a strange first date for you. I didn't mean to say that. It just slipped out. This wasn't really a date. He made my evening when he said, Actually, this is the nicest date I've had in a long time, and it can't be called ignoring me for asking for your help. Time for the truth. What did you think about the writing? Am I just wasting my time? Definitely not. I can see how much you've improved, especially since what I read was done in just 18 months. When can I see the novel? Any time after tonight. It's almost midnight and I don't like the idea of you driving home so late. Call me tomorrow and we can plan our next meeting. He packed the ribs, side dishes, and most of the cake into containers and put them in my car. As he opened my door, he made me promise to call when I got home. He thanked me again and was about to kiss me on the cheek when I turned and kissed him on the lips, just for a moment, with our mouths closed. But it felt special. He was still standing in the driveway as I drove away. I did call him, and he picked up on the first ring. We chatted about random things for a few minutes before he made me promise to call tomorrow to set up our next meeting. I went to bed smiling for a change. On Sunday, I went to church, and all my friends noticed my smile. "What's up?" Hilda asked after the service. To quote my grandpa, "You're grinning like a mule eating briars. Hot date last night?" My smile grew bigger. Well, sort of. I don't think it was meant to be a date, but it sure felt like one by the end. "Who was it? Where did he take you? Did you get cozy?" Sarah was married and quite inquisitive, enjoying our stories about dating. "A lady doesn't share everything, especially on church steps. Let's just say we didn't go anywhere but his house, and I was there until midnight. If you want to know more, come by my place and I'll cook you lunch." Sarah had to go home to her husband, but Hilda came right over. Benny had given me enough food for 5 people, and I knew if it stayed, I would finish it all. I would enjoy it, but my body would not. She came in, took a big whiff, and exclaimed, "Benny Henson!" before laughing. "So you're the one who finally got him to cook. Was he good? Did he put up a fight? He must really like you to do that. I've never heard of him cooking for anyone else. Come on, tell me more." I wanted to keep her curious for as long as possible. "Eat first, talk later," she sighed. "All right, but remember I'm the guest here. If the ribs come out uneven, I get the extra one. If I find out you held back on me, I might just take my fork to you." We ate heartily. I tried to ignore how full I felt. After all, it's wasteful to leave food, right? Hilda was complaining about being stuffed when I brought out the cake. She paused for a moment before taking a large slice and said she didn't want to be rude to her host, so she would eat it just to be polite. When she asked for a second slice of cake, I raised an eyebrow at her. The first slice was to be polite, and the second one shows you like it. So we both enjoyed another slice, promising to exercise more at the gym over the next 2 weeks. Once we finished eating and stacked the dishes, we flopped onto the couch. Hilda smiled at me. "All right, tell me everything. I'm too full to make you spill it, but I might just sit on your chest until you talk." "Please don't do that. Remember when he came into the bar the other night? He needed my advice, but it wasn't anything romantic. I kind of asked him to cook dinner for me in return. We started as friends, but he held my hand for a while, and I got a few nice kisses. It made me feel young again. I really enjoyed it." She sat up, clearly curious. "So, are you going to pursue him? If not, can I have a chance? I've always thought he was good-looking, and he's so polite. He really seems like someone you could settle down with." For a moment, I forgot she was my best friend and that we're both in our 50s. Well, I am anyway. She just turned 47. It felt like high school all over again. "Yes, I am going to go for it, at least in a romantic way. Maybe later we could think about more serious things, but not until I get my chance, understand?" Laughing, she said, "Okay, I see. You're really into him, admit it, but if you lose him, I'll be ready to catch him." She looked me in the eye and started singing. Bonnie and Benny sitting in a tree kissing. First comes love, then comes marriage. Here comes Bonnie with a baby car. To stop her, I pushed a piece of cake towards her mouth, causing crumbs to fly all over her face. Her eyes widened in surprise, and then we both burst into laughter, hugging and giggling. She planted a kiss on my cheek, making sure to spread some cake on my face, too. For a moment, we felt like teenage girls again. Not wanting to seem too eager, I waited until 5 to call him. When his answering machine came on, I felt let down. I left a message saying I'd be home the rest of the evening and tried to keep busy with the dishes and my lesson plans. I was back to being a teacher for the next 2 weeks, covering for someone on maternity leave. An hour later, he called back. Sorry I missed your call. I was in the garden. Didn't you have my cell number? Oh no, I had forgotten to save it on my phone. We had set our date in person, so I couldn't look it up. I do now. I forgot to save it earlier. When can we meet? I'm really looking forward to reading it. I could have had him send it online, but I wanted to see him in person. I'm usually home by 6. Come by whenever you want. Just let me know and I'll be here. I pushed a little more. I can come over now if that's okay. I've just finished my lesson plan for the week because I'm substituting this week and next. You should share this with them while they are interested. We don't want other things to distract them. I could work for a good 3 hours. If you're sure it's not a bother, come over. I'll make you some dinner, but after last night it will be something light. Benny, be careful. Feed me too much and I might not want to leave. There was a little pause on the other end. Please don't scare him off now. That doesn't sound too bad. Come on over, I'll start cooking. I almost skipped to the car. Something light turned out to be a whole chicken grilled perfectly, seasoned with fresh rosemary, tarragon, chives, and a hint of sage. A little salt and pepper, too. He had a nice local wine, white with a raspberry hint, a fresh salad, and sorbet for dessert. We enjoyed our meal on his deck, and I could get used to this. Please tell me you don't always eat like this, I said after finishing my sorbet. No, usually it's just a sandwich. I enjoy cooking, though. I used to do it a lot before Miriam left. Cooking for one feels empty. He suddenly got quiet, lost in thought. I gave his arm a gentle rub. Like I said before, more for me. It's her loss, and I bet she misses it. I'm sure Bob can't cook. He probably doesn't even know how to use an oven. A small smile appeared on his face, and I had an idea. You know, we haven't settled on my fee yet. I'll put in the contract that every time I visit, you have to feed me. A sandwich is fine sometimes, and I might want to go out occasionally, but meals like this should be the usual. Deal? I extended my hand, and he looked at it for a moment before taking it. Instead of shaking it, he brought it to his lips and kissed it lightly. Deal, he replied softly. I wasn't sure what to say, so I let the moment hang. Eventually, I reminded him that if I didn't start working soon, I wouldn't get anything done. He shifted back to his work self and guided me into his office. All my passwords are on the desk. It's 7:30 now. Work for an hour, then take a break. I want you to stay focused. Coffee when you take a break? Okay, see you in an hour. He gave me a little push and gently closed the door. I started reading and lost myself in the material. The hour flew by quickly. He tapped lightly on the door, letting me know the coffee was ready. He had it waiting on the table when I came out. After a few sips, I looked up and asked him, "Reading something romantic?" He looked down, his cheeks a little red. Then he smiled. Everyone has a pen name. I chose this one because it's often used for simple romance stories. Plus, it keeps my identity a secret. I only shared my age and where I live. You know, many of my readers think I'm a woman. After reading the first 3 chapters, I think the same. You aren't just a secret guy from up north. You're really a secret woman from up north. I would guess you're pretty open-minded, too. Do you keep things neat? I've thought about it. Seems nice when someone shows kindness. Can you tell me? He turned a shade of purple. With a frustrated grunt, he left the room. It took me a few minutes to stop laughing. I found him sitting on the swing in the front yard. I sat down and rested my head on his shoulder. Please don't be upset. I'm just teasing like I always have. I wouldn't say anything like that around anyone else. He sighed, and I snuggled closer, not wanting to miss this moment. His arm went around me, and I closed my eyes, enjoying it. Can you forgive me? I said in a sweet voice. A small smile I adored came back to his face. You know I could never stay mad at you. Great! How about a friendly kiss? I knew I was pushing it a little, but to my surprise, he leaned down and gave me a gentle kiss that felt like it lasted a long time, even if it was probably just a moment. We women know when to push and when to step back, so I decided to pull back a bit and let him think. I sat up straight on the bench. Did I notice a hint of disappointment? I hoped so. Back to business. The first 3 chapters are really good. There are a few small issues with the flow and dialogue, but overall it's great. I need to print it out so I can read and make notes. Is that okay with you? Just make sure you're the only person who sees it. And keep track of your hours so I can pay you. This is mostly a work relationship after all. Mostly? I liked how that sounded. Okay, I need to go. I have classes to teach in the morning, and if I don't get enough rest, it's hard to stay focused. Shaping young minds and all that. I'll be back Wednesday afternoon to go over what I've done, all right? He agreed and walked me to the car after we finished printing his work. Of course, I was carrying leftovers, and just before I got into my car, he handed me a set of keys. Here, these are the spare keys to the house. Sometimes I run late on Wednesdays. This way you can work whether I'm here or not. See you then. After that, I got another nice kiss and a warm hug. Progress. As I drove away, I realized I wanted Benny Henson, and I was determined to make it happen. Spending so much time alone in the last few years, I had begun talking to myself out loud. You don't know it yet, Benny, but you're mine now. I'm like quicksand, and you won't even see it until it's too late. You're already in up to your knees. I'm going to take you on a journey, and you're going to enjoy it. A car drove up behind me, and for a moment I caught a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. My smile was wild, and I liked it. This was the start of our mix of work and a budding relationship. I would visit him on Wednesday afternoons, most Saturdays, and Sunday evenings. When he was home, I often fought the urge just to be with him. It felt like he took forever to call me to dinner. And the dinners were amazing. He seemed determined to make them special. There were Cuban pulled pork sandwiches with sweet fruit salsa, perfectly grilled steaks with roasted tomatoes and eggplant topped with melted cheese and fresh herbs, fried chicken served with green beans and sweet corn, spicy meatloaf with creamy mashed potatoes, and a flavorful roast. The desserts were delightful, too. He made coconut cake with fresh coconut, pecan, apple, and chocolate pies, banana pudding, and a mix of strawberry, blackberry, and blueberry desserts. Once he discovered my love for chocolate, he really went all out. He created a chocolate overload dessert with his special recipe. It included a rich chocolate cake, real chocolate pudding, poured over the warm cake to soak in and blend perfectly, all topped with chocolate chips after it cooled. I gained a few extra pounds in just 3 weeks. After stepping on the scale, I had to tell him to tone it down a bit. You need to stop feeding me so much, I might end up looking like a barbecue. He listened and adjusted. He started making lighter meals like fresh salads, grilled chicken, and fish, served in smaller portions. We made it a routine to take walks after dinner, and I would often sneak my hand into his. He never pulled away. I enjoyed a whole week of quiet time, and without Benny knowing, I focused on the book we were working on together. The story was coming together nicely, a feel-good romance that readers would love. Some parts were a bit lengthy, and I wasn't sure about the direction in the middle, but overall it was good. He took most of my suggestions, though a few changes he wouldn't accept. I managed to cut it down from a massive 165,000 words to 120,000 by removing unnecessary parts and streamlining the dialogue. It wasn't perfect, but it was a good effort. We celebrated a bit when we sent it off with a couple of glasses of wine. I felt a mix of emotions because now I had no reason to keep visiting his house. Thanks, Benny. I had a great time working on this. It's too bad it's finished. I really hope it gets published and does well. He made my day when he replied, Finished? What makes you think it's over? If they publish this and it gets a good response, they will want another one fast. I'm already working on the next one, so you need to start editing now so we can keep up. Come on. Let's go print what I've got so far. His next story was meant for older readers, and I felt my cheeks heat up at a few parts. I wondered if he could really do some of the things he wrote about. I had to change my underwear. He was only 2/3 done, and I was eager to see where he would go next. I had a few ideas for how I wanted it to end, and he listened carefully, then asked me lots of questions about my choices. He wrote 2 different endings, but decided to start fresh with something new that worked much better. It took 4 months for him to finish and for me to edit. I thought it was much better than his first book. He sent it off to his publisher. They replied with an offer for him to write 3 more books over the next year and a half. He was thrilled. You couldn't find his books in libraries. It was very hard to get a print deal without a good agent and a lot of luck and skill. He wrote ebooks instead, which you could easily download. They were quick reads and not very expensive. His first book, after 7 months, had only made about $7,000, and he had to pay taxes on that. I encouraged him not to feel discouraged, and he just laughed. If I was in it for the money, I would have quit before I even started. This is as much for me as the readers. If I make a little money from it, great, and if I make a lot, even better. Us? What us? I could only hope for more. I took his hand. Great! We're having too much fun to stop now, but all work and no play makes for a dull time. Time to take a break, Benny. We're going to the pub tomorrow to have some drinks with my friends. They think I'm making up the time we spend together. And on Saturday, you're taking me to see the latest Nicholas Sparks movie. You can call it research if you want, but I'm calling it fun. And you have to buy me popcorn and candy. I plan to enjoy myself and have a good time. I watched him closely as I shared my little speech that I had practiced for a week, hoping for a positive response. He looked a bit surprised at first, but soon he smiled, trying not to grin too widely, I thought. You're right. Time to stop hiding like we're in trouble. Let's do this properly. Wear a nice dress and I'll get my best suit cleaned. He looked pleased when he picked me up. I had spent 6 hours deciding what to wear, so I wasn't sure if it was just throwing my outfit together. I chose a dress that I loved but had never worn in public because I thought it might be too bold for my age. I had bought it on a whim and never had the chance to wear it out. It had a deep neckline, and while I wasn't very busty, I still liked how I looked in it. I wore a special bra I had never used before, and it made me feel confident. It felt a bit strange, but nice. I wore thigh-high stockings and 3-inch heels, which I rarely had on. They completed my outfit well. I added a simple string of pearls and matching earrings, letting my natural auburn hair hang loose instead of in my usual bun. When I opened the door, he stood still for a moment, then smiled widely. Is your mother home? We have a date tonight, and I want to see if she needs her walker with us. I laughed and playfully hit his arm. Seriously, how did I not notice how handsome you are all these years? Forgive me if I seem a bit proud when we get to the pub. It's hard to hold my head high. Let's go before I find myself acting on my wild side right here. His compliment made me feel warm inside, but then I teased back. Oh, I'm in no rush. It's been a while since someone has paid me this much attention, so I might just return the favor. To my surprise, he pulled me close and kissed me softly. He didn't let go right away, and I didn't pull away either. Eventually, he stepped back and we were both breathing a bit heavier. I fought the urge to check my makeup. You sure know how to lift a girl's spirits. I spent a lot of time getting ready, and I wanted to stay perfect. What happens later is up to you. Let's go, dear. As we entered, I felt eyes on us. We might have been a bit overdressed for the neighborhood pub. I had often come in jeans and a t-shirt before. Hilda almost fell off her chair when she saw us and waved us over. I hesitated, wanting a moment to myself, but he smiled at me. Do what you like, but I think it would be fun to surprise them a little. Holding his hand tightly, we walked to the table. Hi, girls. Remember Benny? Doesn't he look sharp tonight? I chuckled while he turned bright red. I continued. Before you get any ideas, this buffet is closed. The only one who gets to enjoy it is me. Got it? I said it playfully, but the girls saw the seriousness in my eyes. Hilda grinned, and I knew I was in for it. She was just as much of a tease as I was, maybe even a bit more. She insisted that Benny sit next to her and tried to keep him busy. When she grabbed him for a slow dance, I nearly lost my cool. Hilda, I care about you like a sister, but if you don't let go of him in the next 10 seconds, we might both get in trouble. And let's be real, we could use some options in this town. I said it casually, but my message was clear. She looked surprised, and Benny seemed uneasy. Then she burst out laughing. Good thing I love mojitos here and care about you. Otherwise, you'd have some real competition. I was really excited thinking about all the fun we could have. She turned to the closest man and said, "Jack, take me out to the dance floor. Don't be shy. This could be your lucky night." She spun onto the dance floor, and within moments, they were dancing closely together. His surprise changed to joy as they moved to the music. When the dance ended, she brought him back to the table, and we made space for them. The night was winding down, and Sarah looked at me. "Bonnie, can I share a dance with Benny? I promise to keep my distance." Sarah was married and hadn't danced much, so I sensed she cared for her husband but wasn't entirely satisfied. Before Benny could respond, I placed her hand in his. "Be kind, Benny, just keep it light." He smiled and led her to the floor, where he held her gently and spoke softly to her for the next few minutes. When they returned, her cheeks were rosy and she had a bright smile. "I have to go," she said with excitement, setting down her drink and heading for the exit. We looked at Benny and he just smiled back. Hilda was curious. "What did you say to her?" He shrugged and replied, "Nothing too special. Just reminded her she's a wonderful woman, and if her husband doesn't appreciate that, he's missing out." I hinted she might want to remind him of that tonight. He didn't tell me the details, but the next Sunday at church, Sarah looked so happy and surprised us by giving me a warm hug and a kiss right outside. "Please give that to Benny for me and add a little extra if you can. Hold on to him, Bonnie. He's a great guy." I hugged her back, glad to see her happy. "I will, Sarah. And don't worry, I made sure Benny knows how lucky he is. I should go now. My partner is home waiting for me. How many women can say that? See you at the gym." I left to see several surprised faces. It felt even better when I realized his ex was close by and heard everything. When we got home, things heated up quickly. We started by cuddling on the couch and sharing small kisses. As we kissed more passionately, I felt the warmth between us grow. I found myself comfortably on his lap, enjoying the moment. It was nice, and I couldn't help but move closer. I smiled, feeling the connection between us. He reached over, placing his hand on my leg and gently tracing circles near the top of my stockings. His touch was soft, and he seemed captivated. I felt nervous, yet a bit excited. But as he started to lift my dress, I jumped up quickly. Now, you might wonder why I reacted that way. Honestly, it was because I wasn't ready. I hadn't been in a serious relationship for a while, so I hadn't worried about certain details. I was a bit self-conscious and wanted to feel my best. But he misunderstood. "Sorry, Bonnie," he said, looking regretful. "I didn't mean to be so forward. Can you forgive me?" I didn't want him to feel bad, so I smiled and tried to ease the moment. "No, don't apologize. I enjoyed it. But it's been a while since I've been this close to someone. Let's take it slow tonight, and I'll feel more comfortable tomorrow. Who knows what might happen then?" I held his face gently in my hands and leaned in close. "Let's just say I'd like to keep going at our own pace. Does that sound okay?" He pulled me into a warm hug. "Of course, Bonnie. I'm here for you, however long it takes. You set the pace, and I'll be right there with you." In that moment, I knew he was different. Most people would have been frustrated, but he was just happy to be together, enjoying each other's company. We shared a few kisses, each one deep and meaningful, as we wrapped ourselves in each other's arms. After a while, he pulled back, a smile on his face. "We should probably stop for tonight. I don't want to push things too far. A cold shower might be calling my name," he joked, a playful glint in his eye. "What do you think?" I laughed and nodded, catching my breath. We shared a few more gentle kisses before I walked him to the door. At the door, I stood on my toes to give him one last, lingering kiss. "Pick me up at 7 tomorrow," I said. "I'm in the mood for seafood. And maybe pack an overnight bag, just in case." He looked surprised, his smile widening as he left. I closed the door, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. Tomorrow would be another special night. The next morning, feeling a bit flustered, I called my friend Hilda. "Hilda, I need you to come over as soon as possible. This is important. I need your help." She arrived in 45 minutes instead of 20 because she had to pick up Sarah. "What's going on? Why are you so upset? What did Benny do last night?" I let out a big sigh. Everything went perfectly. It was a perfect date. He was a true gentleman in public and very passionate when we were alone. But I messed up. Sarah was practically sitting on my lap. Come on, tell us. Don't keep us waiting. Okay, but promise me you won't laugh. This is really embarrassing for me. Promise. I looked at them until they agreed. Remember how I was dressed last night? They nodded. Sarah couldn't help it. You looked amazing, but seriously, where did those curves come from? Even someone who doesn't pay attention would have noticed. I smiled. A really great bra. It even came with matching underwear, which got me into a bit of trouble. Sarah looked shocked, and Hilda fell off the couch laughing. A thong? Who are you, and what have you done with schoolmarm Bonnie? Sarah joined in. Have you made any wild plans yet? Can we watch? Stop it! I shot back. Like you've never worn anything like that. Now Sarah was laughing too. She turned around and exaggerated her pose. Look at me, Bonnie. If I wore something that small, someone would have to save me before it got lost. This sent Hilda into another fit of giggles. Same here. Bonnie, you're the only one here who can pull that off. Enough teasing. What's got you so worried today? I told them everything. Hilda barely managed to keep a straight face. Honestly, how bad can it be? If he wants it as much as you say, a little hair won't be a big deal. Just wear what you promised him. I had rinsed out the underwear the night before. I was wearing it to check how it looked. I planned to buy some new ones, but I wanted to make sure everything was neat. I lifted the hem of my sundress so they could see. They both went quiet before bursting out laughing again. I felt like crying. Stop it! I need real help here. Finally, Sarah caught her breath. I think Jim will let us use his trimmer, as long as we don't tell him why. I think he has something called an edger, too, which might work. Hilda added, I'd love to help, but I'm not touching that equipment. It looks wild and a bit scary. It doesn't bite, does it? That's when I started to cry, and they quickly switched to support mode. Sarah went on the computer to look for useful information. I was trying to be funny. Really, Sarah? What are you going to search for? How to tidy up? That's exactly what she typed in. She turned the screen, and we all stood there, amazed. I found 5 pages filled with detailed instructions. At first, I thought I couldn't do it, but then I saw a list of salons and spas nearby that offered different services, including waxing and shaving. While they talked about techniques, I stepped out and called a spa a couple of towns away. I didn't want anyone to know what I was planning, so I decided to get away for a bit. Luckily, I got a 2 o'clock appointment, and by then it was almost noon. I returned with a clear plan. Sarah, call your husband and tell him you'll be home after 5. We need to go out for a bit at 2, and you all are coming with me for support. I'll treat everyone to lunch. Hilda, your car is the biggest, so you can drive. Let's go. I spoke firmly, like a school teacher. I can't do that. I promised Jim I wouldn't be gone long. He'll get upset. Hilda turned to Sarah. Just tell him, don't ask. Ask him to take the kids to your mom's for the night, and you'll make it up to him. You wanted to bring back some excitement, and this is a good way to do it. A little mystery keeps things interesting. Sarah called him, and was surprised when he not only agreed, but seemed happy about it. We enjoyed lunch, and I paid for it all, saying it was my treat. Once we arrived at the spa, we were all impressed. The receptionist welcomed us for our appointments. We enjoyed manicures and pedicures, which was a first for Sarah. She hesitated over the nail polish colors, but finally picked a simple red. No, Hilda and I said in unison. You promised him a special night. It's time to be a little adventurous, we encouraged her. She chose a light lavender with a white star on each toe and finger. It looked beautiful. Hilda selected zebra stripes, while I went for pale pink with a small black exclamation point. Finally, it was time. 3 new staff members took us to different rooms. The girls were curious about what was happening. Each room had a special chair, and I heard Sarah scream. It was a strange experience for me. The staff member used electric trimmers to carefully shave me, changing the towel underneath when she finished. She placed warm, damp towels on me, explaining that it would soften the hair and make it easier to shave. While she worked, I felt a mix of emotions. After finishing, she applied lotion to my skin, ensuring every area was covered. "This will help avoid irritation," she said with a friendly smile. Then she held up a mirror so I could see her work. I was left feeling fresh and smooth. The feeling I got when I put on my new clothes was surprisingly nice. When I came out, the girls were waiting for me. They didn't say a word while I paid the bill and left good tips for everyone who helped us. As soon as we got into the car and drove onto the highway, they burst out. "You didn't tell us. We had no idea you were planning this," Sarah said, laughing. I just grinned. "Did you think I'd go through this alone? Now spill, did you two go all in?" Sarah blushed and nodded while Hilda chuckled. "You both went for it?" "Well, not me. I still have a bit of hair left," she said with a smirk. I raised an eyebrow. "How much?" She looked pleased. "The lady helping me was quite skilled. She even showed me some designs. I ended up with a neat little heart right above, you know. Just a fun touch." We laughed and chatted, completely absorbed in the conversation, so they didn't notice when I took a turn into the mall parking lot. "Why are we here?" Sarah asked, eyeing me curiously. "Every masterpiece deserves a frame," I said with a smile. "Come on, we're running out of time." We made our way straight to a high-end lingerie store. I picked out a couple of matching bra and panty sets, along with some extra pieces like a garter belt and different colored stockings. Hilda went for similar items. Sarah looked at the prices and sighed. "I can't afford this kind of stuff. I'm a stay-at-home mom on a budget. Besides, I'd look silly in these." I gave her a serious look. "Today's on me. If you don't pick something, Hilda and I will pick for you." While she protested, we pulled the sales assistant aside for advice. She suggested a corset or maybe a bustier to shape her figure and add a little extra flair. We finally chose a purple bustier with both full and half-cup options, along with built-in garters. It gave her a lovely shape, accentuating her figure. We also convinced her to try it on and get a matching set of stockings. Before we knew it, it was almost 5 o'clock. So we called our partners to let them know we'd be going out together and made plans to stop by each house to gather some things. At Sarah's, she didn't come out right away, so we went to check on her. She was sharing a warm goodbye with her husband. They both seemed caught up in the moment, smiling and laughing. Hilda cleared her throat, smirking. "Maybe we should grab some water to cool them down so we can make it in time." They quickly pulled apart, both blushing and grinning. Sarah gave her husband one last kiss. "See you soon," she said with a smile. After that, we had to hurry. Hilda used the extra bathroom while Sarah used mine. Just as Sarah was coming out, Hilda walked in. We were both wrapped in towels. Hilda had a playful smile. "I'll show you my secret if you show me yours." She let her towel fall. She did have a small tattoo shaped like a heart, and it was colored blonde. She usually had dark hair. I looked into her eyes. "I've heard blondes have more fun." I just smiled and let my towel fall too. After a moment, Sarah dropped hers. "Wow, I didn't know you had a birthmark," was all I managed before she quickly grabbed her towel again. When I finished my shower, they were doing their makeup. They wore their new outfits underneath. I hurried to join them. We admired one another, admitting that for our age, we looked great. Benny, Jack, and Jim were downstairs. We were already running late, but their complaints stopped when we came down the stairs. We each wore our best dresses, and our hair and makeup looked fantastic. Their eyes widened, and their mouths dropped open. We walked over to our guys, gave them friendly kisses, and rushed them out the door. We had decided to drive separately. "I think by the end of the night we won't want to waste time driving," I told them. I had explained to Benny, skipping the details, that I wanted the night to be a special treat. He was totally fine with that. "We'll let the books pay for the night. I haven't spent any of it yet. I can't think of a better way to use it." The girls worried about the cost of what I had done for them on the ride home, but I laughed it off. "Don't worry, my ex should have planned better. He waited until after he got a big promotion before he left, so I receive alimony based on that salary. Plus, the little side project I have with Benny has given me some extra money. It's all good. I can't think of a better way to spend it." Benny had gathered with the other guys to plan some surprises for the night. We went to the biggest city nearby to a nice seafood restaurant. I ordered lobster, my favorite. We enjoyed our food, loving every bite. After we finished, Benny surprised me by driving to the Sheraton Inn. He looked over with a grin. "Did you think the night was over? The lounge has a band that plays music we like, and you can drink as much as you want within reason. I've booked rooms for all three of us so we don't have to drive." I almost hugged him tightly when we got out of the car. "Thanks a lot. I'll make sure you enjoy it." We linked arms as we walked into the lounge, playfully swaying as we moved. The guys followed behind, clearly impressed. Once we settled at our table, Benny headed to the bar to speak with the club manager. "Here," he said, handing the man a credit card. "Just charge everything to my room. Let them order whatever they like." We had made arrangements for our stay, so there was no need to drive. We added a tip for the bartender and waitress. Sarah wanted to try champagne because she had never had it before. Soon, 2 bottles were chilling in fancy ice buckets on the table. Once our glasses were full, we raised our glasses for a toast. "To old friends," I said, looking around the table, "and to new relationships." I glanced at Benny with my glass raised. We drank and I refilled our glasses. To those who break the mold, to Sarah and Jim, proving that some of us really can find happiness the first time. We all cheered while Sarah and Jim turned a little red. The night passed quickly. We danced a lot, taking breaks now and then to sip champagne and catch our breath. Each of us enjoyed a slow dance with each partner, laughing and enjoying the moment. Sarah shone brightly that night, experiencing something new. She wore a beautiful dress that stood out, making her feel special. Now and then she would adjust her outfit, showing just enough to get noticed. At first, men approached us for dances, but we politely turned them down early on, and soon everyone realized it was a private gathering. A little after midnight, I yawned dramatically. "Come on," I said, gently pulling Benny's hand. "It's time to rest." He almost helped me out of the lounge, with the rest of our group following closely behind. We girls shared hugs and encouraging words while the guys exchanged smiles. As we entered our room, we were caught up in the moment, sharing a kiss. During our last dance, I playfully guided his hand, showing him a more relaxed side of me. He certainly noticed. A few minutes later, I gently pushed him back. "Go take a shower and freshen up. I'll wait for you here. After your shower, just put on the robe." He quickly went to shower. "I'll be out in just a moment, okay?" he replied. I smiled and closed the door behind me. It took a little longer than expected, as I needed to shower, change into something nice, do my makeup, and style my hair. When I returned, he was sitting and sipping water, wearing a robe. He had even put on music, and I began to sway a little, raising my hand to stop him when he stood up. Hilda and I had taken a fun dance class a couple of years ago, and I remembered some moves even without a pole. I started moving playfully while keeping the robe tied. I turned and let the robe slip off one shoulder, then the other. Dancing behind him, I playfully teased him with a little touch. Before he could react, I returned in front of him, still keeping the robe closed. "Want to take a look?" I asked with a grin. He nodded his head so quickly that I thought it might come off. I stopped moving and held my robe open, revealing my small bra and underwear. He looked surprised before reaching for me. I quickly covered him with the robe. "No, no! If you want to see what's inside, come to the bedroom." I didn't know he could move so quickly. He gently lifted me onto the bed, and I smiled, thinking I would ask him to buy me a new bra soon. He started to pull at my garters, but I stopped him. "That's not necessary. The underwear is outside the stockings. Let's keep it like this, okay?" I could see he was trying to control himself. He gently grasped my underwear with both hands, and I lifted my hips so he could slide it down my legs. He paused when he saw my smooth skin and then smiled. "You once said you were curious about this." Before I knew it, he was leaning down, kissing softly. It felt wonderful, much better than I remembered from long ago. My previous partner did not enjoy this, so it had been almost 30 years since someone had made me feel this way. He playfully teased me, bringing me close to the edge before moving to other places, making me feel amazing. I finally pulled him close, overwhelmed with pleasure. When I caught my breath, he stood up and removed his robe. I could see he was well built. I reached out, pulling him closer to me. "I'll return the favor later, but I need you right now." Feeling me, he didn't hold back and moved in quickly. I felt a wave of excitement. We shared that moment together, both of us feeling ecstatic. He laid on me for a few moments before trying to roll away. I wrapped my legs around him and held on until he relaxed. Then I let him lie back and I cuddled up, resting my head on his chest. "Benny, why didn't we do this sooner? We wasted so much time." As I started to fall asleep, I thought I heard him say, "I've loved you my whole life, Bonnie. Still do." With that, I smiled and drifted off to sleep. So there you have it. It was simple, but it was the most meaningful moment of my life. Nothing I had ever felt before could compare to the joy and connection I felt that morning. I woke up early, gave him a gentle kiss, and got out of bed quietly. I brought back a warm washcloth and thoughtfully helped him freshen up. Afterward, we shared a sweet, quiet moment, enjoying each other's company. We ended up taking a refreshing shower together, laughing and washing away the night. The warmth of the water and his kindness made me feel truly cherished. As we were finishing, we heard Sarah and Hilda knocking loudly on the door. We quickly put on robes and opened the door to greet them, and they had big smiles on their faces. "Get dressed!" they announced with excitement. "The buffet downstairs is calling, and the guys are waiting for us. Let's go!" They glanced at Benny, their expressions full of mischief. "Sleep well, Benny? You look a little tired," Hilda teased. He gave a serious look, then joked, "Oh, she snores. It was like lying next to a train all night." For a second, we all stared in shock, but then he broke into laughter and we joined in. "Of course she doesn't snore," he admitted, still chuckling. "But she does have this habit of curling up close in her sleep, and that certainly kept me awake." My cheeks flushed as the girls laughed heartily. I asked Benny to go downstairs with the others while I got dressed. The moment he left, we started chatting and catching up on each other's stories. Hilda gave me a playful grin. "I'll show you mine if you show me yours," she teased. Then Sarah, who had always been so quiet and reserved, surprised us with her confidence. She looked more comfortable in her own skin than we'd ever seen. Smiling, she told us about the previous evening with her husband, grateful for our support and the fun day before. They had rekindled something wonderful together. He was absolutely speechless, girls. We did things we hadn't done in years, things we'd never even tried before, she shared, her face glowing with happiness. She looked so pleased and content, and we were thrilled for her. Hilda's expression softened, touched by how happy her friend was. "So, what about you?" Sarah asked, turning to Hilda with a warm smile. We all shared stories, laughter, and our gratitude for the friendships that made moments like these possible. She actually blushed. I saw a side of Jack I had never even imagined. He's a little different, and I enjoyed it. She lifted her dress slightly, showing another piece of clothing and some little red marks on her skin. She wouldn't say much more, but hinted that she thought he could be someone she stayed with for a long time, maybe forever. They looked at me with curiosity. I hesitated, but then raised my dress a bit to show a hint of my outfit. It had only been 45 minutes since we had been close, and I was still feeling the effects. Sarah gasped in surprise. Let's just say that shy, quiet Benny is completely different when we're together. He knows what he wants, isn't shy at all, and makes sure to take charge. I felt like a toy in his hands. If he desired it, he went for it. And just so you know, I loved every second of it. Okay, maybe I stretched the truth just a little. Like Hilda, I really believe this could last, hopefully forever. Now we have kept them waiting long enough. I'm sure they are sharing their own stories from last night. We had breakfast, teased each other and our guys, enjoying their happy faces before getting ready to check out. I thought I'd have a little fun with him in private. He was packing his suitcase when I lifted my dress, showing a hint of my outfit. We could have a little fun if you're up for it. He dropped his pants, revealing a nice surprise. He playfully pulled me toward the couch, and we had some fun for a bit. We didn't even have time to clean up before checking out on time. It turned out that my outfit wasn't the best for holding everything in. I smiled the whole way home, leaving a little mess behind. How could we possibly top that weekend? I was his first partner in 2 years, and he was mine in 18 months. We had a passionate couple of weeks, and then I surprised him. We were working on his third book, a mystery mixed with a romance between the main characters. It was one of those stories where no one is exactly as they seem, with a twist in every chapter. But in the end, true love won out. I didn't enjoy it as much as his first 2 books. I was editing late one night and lost track of time. When I finally looked at the clock, it was almost 1:30 in the morning. Getting up to check, I found Benny asleep in his chair. Until then, we hadn't stayed over at each other's homes because Benny was old-fashioned and worried about my reputation. I woke him gently with a kiss. He stirred, responded, and pulled me onto his lap. It felt nice, and I couldn't resist staying there for just a moment. "Come on," I said, pulling him toward the bedroom. "It's nearly 2 in the morning. You fell asleep and didn't stop me. Let's go to bed. You have work tomorrow." Still half asleep, he followed me into the bedroom. I turned down the bed, told him to get in, and then went to the bathroom. When I came out, he was already asleep again. I smiled at him, feeling how much I was falling for him. Forget it, I thought as I searched through his drawers for something to wear to bed. I found one of his shirts and put it on, then slid into bed next to him. I gently nudged him and he rolled over. I cuddled up to his back. When the alarm rang, he reached out to turn it off and found me instead. Before he could say anything, I gave him a quick kiss. "Good morning, honey. Go take your shower while I make you some breakfast." "What?" he said, looking puzzled. I quieted him. "I'll explain at breakfast. Time to get up," I said, pulling down the covers. He shuffled off to the shower while I headed to the kitchen. When he came in, I had his coffee ready and was finishing his cheese omelet. He enjoyed his meal and praised me for the food. "You need to go grocery shopping. You're out of eggs and cheese, or if you want, I can make a list and pick some up this afternoon." "Huh? You're not really a morning person, are you, Benny? We need some food, and I'm happy to help. As for staying the night, that's on you. You fell asleep in your chair, and I lost track of time working. It was almost 2 in the morning when I decided it was safer to stay for the night. And don't worry, everything is fine. We're adults, and if we want to share a bed, it's okay." His face turned a bit red, and I wasn't sure if it was from what I said or something else. "Now go to work. I'll see you this afternoon." I gently nudged him out the door and waved goodbye as he drove away. I poured another cup of coffee, sat down, and smiled while thinking about everything. As I walked through the house, I imagined the changes we could make. It was warm and cozy, a nice little place for us. It felt much better than my big old house that always seemed too large, even when the kids were around. I returned to my own house, took a shower, changed clothes, packed a suitcase, went grocery shopping, picked up a movie, and headed back to his place to prepare a nice dinner. While dinner cooked, I worked on my book. When I heard his car in the driveway, I met him at the door with a glass of tea and a warm kiss. "Long day at work, honey?" He took a deep breath, enjoying the smell of dinner. A slow smile appeared, full of warmth and love. I almost let myself get carried away, but I managed to hold back. He went to change out of his delivery clothes. I wished I could have seen his face when he opened his closet and noticed my clothes hanging there. He didn't say much during dinner, just complimented the food. After we finished, he insisted on cleaning up as a thank you. I went out to sit on the porch swing, enjoying the evening air. He joined me, and I naturally cuddled up to him. We swayed gently, just enjoying being together. When he finally stirred, he turned and gave me a sweet kiss. "So, you like the left side?" I wasn't sure what he meant. He smiled. "The left side of the bed, the left side of the closet. It makes sense since you're left-handed." I was unsure how to respond, so I nodded. "Well then," he said, "I'll move my things in the bathroom to the right." "Really?" I replied, surprised. "Really? Waking up next to you was wonderful. Stay over whenever you want, as long as you like." "That might be a very long time," I said seriously. He kissed me again. "That's fine by me. If I ever get tired of you in 20 or 30 years, I might reconsider. But remember, I'm an old-fashioned guy. Eventually, I'd like to make this more official." I couldn't help it. Tears filled my eyes. Then I kissed him again. I went back and forth between hugging him and kissing him for almost an hour. Benny, being understanding, just held me close and kissed me back. It was incredible how easily we settled into a routine. It felt like we had been together forever. He wasn't much of a morning person. I loved to wake up early, excited for the day, so I often made him breakfast. He handled dinner most of the time. I told him he didn't have to, but I learned that cooking for me was his way of showing love, so I enjoyed it quietly. He was a much better cook than I could ever be. I missed 2 Thursday nights at the pub, spending time with Benny instead. He let me rearrange a few things at his place, understanding I wanted to feel at home. In 2 weeks, I only spent 2 nights at my own house because of work. I found it hard to sleep there. After the second night, I decided I wouldn't do that again. I'd just wake up extra early. Hilda called me, insisting I needed to be at the pub this Thursday. No excuses. Just because I had found someone special didn't mean I could neglect my friends. I felt a bit guilty about ignoring them. I talked to Benny about it, asking for his thoughts. He gave me a thoughtful look before taking me to the porch swing, where we often had our important talks. "Bonnie, do you feel like you have to ask me for permission?" I didn't quite get what he was asking. "Let's say I wanted to go out fishing at night. Would I need your permission to say yes?" I began to understand. "No, Benny. You're an adult and I trust you. Maybe just let me know, but not ask for permission." "Then why do you feel the need to ask me to spend time with your friends, people you've known longer than me? I think you're a very honorable person, and I would never want to control you. Spend time with your friends. I want you to be happy. Are you okay?" I looked at him, tears in my eyes, thinking about my jealous ex and how he wanted to control me. "I love you so much," I said suddenly, feeling uneasy. We had never openly shared our feelings before. We mostly expressed ourselves through actions. Instead of being surprised, he smiled, a happy and satisfied smile. "I love you too, dear. Now, go enjoy time with your friends, and remember to be nice and share, and wipe your tears, it's messing up your makeup." He gave me a big kiss and went back into the house. I couldn't help but cry anyway. When I arrived at the pub, Hilda and Sarah rushed me into the bathroom. "Did you two argue?" I shared what had happened between us, and we all needed to fix our makeup after that. We settled down with a couple of drinks and caught up with each other. Sarah was excited to share news about her love life. "It feels like we're young again. I've lost 6 pounds. I could even recommend my exercise routine to anyone whose relationship needs a spark. If he doesn't make the first move, I do. It's not always about romance, but we share a lot of affection. A big part of what keeps us close is he likes me to stay neat, so I let him help me. Every few days after the kids are asleep, we take some time for personal care. By the time he finishes, I feel so connected that I can't resist him. I've become quite vocal, which he enjoys, and I've already gone through 2 pillows. She was blushing deeply, but smiling all the while. Hilda joined in. When Sarah told me about Jim helping her, I suggested Jack do the same. The only issue is he wants to help every day. After he gave me razor burn a couple of times, I suggested every few days instead. It works much better for us. Are you two living together yet? I asked, as I didn't know Jack that well and was a bit worried for her. No, but we have a lot of good times together. He wants me to meet his kids. What if they don't like me? It could ruin everything. Sweetie, if it gets serious and it seems like it might, you'll have to meet them eventually. I don't think it's a problem. He's been divorced for 4 years, and his kids are, 12 and 11? They can handle this, and you had nothing to do with the divorce. You'll be okay. Besides, she was the one who cheated, not him. Part of her worry was due to her never having children. Both her husbands had left her after finding out she couldn't have kids, even though she had told her second husband at the start. She wanted to adopt, and at first he agreed, but later changed his mind. 10 months after that, he moved in with someone from his office who was 4 months pregnant when he left Hilda. I felt someone watching me and turned to see Miriam, his ex, and her new husband. I didn't remember seeing them here before, so I asked about it. Bob, the pub owner, is trying to get a loan to expand and improve the place. He was working with the bank, and they sent him to check things out. Bob treated them very well, and they loved it, Hilda explained. Then she shivered a bit. He's nice when she's around, but when he comes alone, he's different. One dance with any woman is enough. No one wants to dance with him again. Just before I left, I saw Miriam in the restroom. She smiled a little before talking. "Benny? Seriously? You have a master's degree and he barely finished high school?" I felt upset for a moment, but then calmed down. "Yes, Benny, it matters more what's in his heart, not just his mind. He is the most caring person I've ever met. You remember all those sweet things he used to do? He still does them for me, and I love it. Tell me, when was the last time your husband cooked something nice for you? Or held your hand on the porch swing, just enjoying the moment? And the little surprises? I showed him a bird feeder I liked, and he went into his workshop for a couple of days. He came out with the most amazing bird feeder I've ever seen. It looked like a little gazebo, 2 levels, made of cedar. It was so lovely that I almost didn't want to use it." She flinched, as if I had hurt her. I sensed she was regretting her choice a bit. Before she could respond, I spoke again. "I need to thank you, Miriam. Your choice worked out well for both of us. You have your high-powered husband, and I have Benny. If anyone else wants him, they will have to take him from me. I'll never let him go." I turned to leave, but couldn't help throwing in one last comment. "Even without a fancy education, you'd be surprised at how much he understands. He has a depth you didn't see." I almost spilled about his writing, but caught myself in time. Let her discover that for herself. When I got home, he was already in bed, nearly asleep. He cuddled close and asked if I had fun. I kissed him several times and said I had a great time. I reminded him to ask me tomorrow afternoon about the 3-day rotation. I explained it to him the next evening after dinner. Think of it as a way to connect, dear. I can still picture his smile when I close my eyes. Oh, we will connect, but only after the grooming every time. For the most part, he was right. Of course, our work on his books slowed down. We were taking too many breaks together. Still, we finished the next one before the deadline and worked hard on the last one of his contract. Sales were rising, and he was starting to earn a nice extra income. That year, we held Thanksgiving dinner at my house. It was the first time all our kids were together. I thought it would be awkward, and it was for a little while. My 2 daughters and their husbands have 4 kids in total. He has 3 sons, 2 of whom are married with children, and the youngest is still single. I had taught his kids in high school, and since they already knew each other, everyone relaxed and enjoyed the meal right away. Benny and I spent 2 days cooking, mostly desserts, and he deep-fried 2 turkeys because we had a lot of guests. 1 turkey just wouldn't be enough. It turned out to be a wonderful meal. All our kids lived in different towns, mostly because of jobs. They were happy to hear they didn't need to find a hotel since we had plenty of space. My house has 4 bedrooms and a finished basement. The married couples got a room each. His youngest took the fold-out couch, and 3 of the kids slept on air mattresses. They all thought it was a fun adventure. We ended up bringing the 4 girls, aged 7 to 9, to our home for a slumber party. We set up air mattresses for them and got them comfortable quickly. They insisted they would stay up late, but by 10:30, the last one had fallen asleep. I looked at them and wished we had kids of our own. The next morning, they were up by 8, and we made pancakes while letting Benny sleep in. Once they were ready, I sent all 4 of them to wake him up. My kids called me Nana, and he was Poppy to his. It started as Nana Bonnie and Poppy Benny, but by lunch it was just Nana and Poppy. We were both having a lot of fun. They had to be back by 2 because his kids were having dinner with their mother and her husband at 6. They told us on Saturday that they didn't like that dinner. It was very formal with guests from the bank there, so everyone had to behave nicely. They came back to my house as soon as they could. The girls talked about how much fun they had, so we took the boys on Friday night. They were a bit older and did stay up quite late. I had to practically convince them to go to bed. They got excited when we told them the whole family would meet for a breakfast buffet. On the way back, I found myself in my daughter's minivan with both my girls and his two daughters-in-law. Both of my daughters noticed how happy I seemed, and his daughters-in-law said they had never seen him this cheerful, even before he and Miriam separated, so everything felt just right. We made plans for Christmas. They were all going to their in-laws, so we scheduled our celebration right before New Year's Day. I loved Christmas, especially when the kids were younger. Now, instead of 2 girls, I had 4 along with 3 boys to shop for. It was wonderful. We worked with the parents to make sure we didn't pick the same gifts or step on each other's toes, but in the end, I couldn't help but get carried away. The Christmas tree looked very full after we wrapped all the presents. This year, we were all feeling more relaxed. I took all the girls, including my granddaughters, to church with me. It was a chance for them to wear the new dresses I had bought for them. What happened next might have been funny if it weren't so tense. I almost had a fight with Miriam on the church steps. I held one of my granddaughters in each hand, one from me and one from her, even though by now we thought of them as both ours. Miriam went pale when she spotted us. She tried to calm down and came over, expecting her granddaughters to follow her. Angie, the youngest, held onto my hand tightly and refused to go. To keep the peace, I let her other granddaughter and one of mine go with Miriam. "I don't want anything to do with your girls," she shouted. "I want mine, and I will take them." Before things got worse, the moms stepped in. They didn't seem to like Miriam very much. "Miriam, please behave. These are our children, and they will sit where we want. Do you understand? Angie, you and Nana go find a seat. We'll be there soon." By that time, I had Angie in my arms. She clung to my neck tightly. I reassured her it would be okay. She didn't have to go if she didn't want to. We found a spot near the front, and all the little girls stayed with me. My daughters and her daughters-in-law spoke sharply to Miriam before joining us. I knew it was not very kind, but I felt a small sense of victory for the way she had treated the man I loved. Miriam wouldn't let it go. After the service, she stormed down the steps, looking furious. Before she could say anything, the minister stepped in. "Bonnie, Miriam, what a wonderful group of children. You must be very proud of these fine young girls. It's nice to see you all together, putting family first." He spoke to the girls and made sure to shake hands with everyone, all the way to Angie, thanking them for coming, while also giving Miriam pointed glances. "Thank you, Bonnie, for making this service memorable," he whispered to me, smiling brightly. Just then, Whitney pulled up in the minivan. "Kids, Mom, let's go. Poppy and the guys are making barbecue. It should be ready by now. Who's hungry?" The girls all shouted, "Me! Me!" as they rushed to get buckled in. I couldn't help myself. "Miriam, would you and Tom like to join us for lunch? You know Benny tends to make too much food when he cooks, so there will surely be plenty. No? Are you sure? Okay then, girls, say goodbye to Granny." I thought she might explode with anger. She disliked being called Granny and insisted on being called Grandmother. I could feel her gaze on me for what seemed like ages. All the girls tried to tease me, but they couldn't keep a straight face long enough to finish, so they gave up and started talking about lunch. When we got home, all the grandkids rushed to Benny, excited to share their stories. Though he tried to look serious, he couldn't help but smile. In the end, he laughed along with the rest of us. The kids stayed for 3 days and spent a lot of time with Miriam. She had some store-bought cookies out, but when Angie mentioned that her Nana's cookies were better, Miriam had to step out for a moment. After the kids left, Benny and I had a chat. "Bonnie, I appreciate the fun we've had, and I'm happy my kids adore you, but she's still part of our lives. We'll have to share important moments like graduations and weddings with her, so please try not to poke fun too much. Can you do that?" I agreed easily. I mostly only saw her at church and occasionally at the pub. We were tidying up my house, picking up leftover wrapping paper and toy boxes, when Benny reached behind the tree and pulled out a small box. "Look, honey, this one got missed, and it has your name on it. Open it." He always had a good poker face, and I could never tell when he was serious. It was wrapped in paper my daughter used for gifts, so I opened it without much thought. I stared at it in surprise before looking up at him, my eyes filled with tears. Do you like it? If you don't, feel free to choose something else. It's the thought that matters. I told you I wanted to make this official, and now seemed like the right moment. Please say something. Inside was a ring with one of the largest diamonds I had ever seen. I couldn't find the words, so I just hugged him and cried for a while before pulling back. We were sitting on the couch, and I took his hands in mine. By then the ring was on my finger, and there was no way I was taking it off, but I wanted to hear him ask. Before I say yes, you have to ask me properly. He got down on one knee. Without any fancy words or long speeches, he simply took my hand. Bonnie, love of my life, will you marry me? Of course I will, you wonderful man. And we shared a sweet kiss filled with love. Why didn't you ask while the kids were here? I asked. Because this is a special moment just for us. I want everyone to know, but I wanted it to be just between us first. Are you disappointed? No, but you can bet I'll be calling everyone for about 2 hours. And that's exactly what I did, starting with my daughters and their husbands, then his sons and their wives. By the end of the second call, everyone was calling me Mom. It was hard to talk through my tears. I decided to wait until Thursday night to share the news with Hilda and Bonnie. Even then, I didn't say much, just used a lot of hand gestures. Sarah noticed it before Hilda did. "Oh my gosh!" she yelled, grabbing my left hand and putting it near Hilda's face. They both screamed and hugged each other tightly as they fell onto the floor, crying for about 5 minutes. Hilda called Jack, Sarah called Jim, and I called Benny, asking them to come over right away. To celebrate, I bought drinks for everyone. I saw Miriam and her husband, so I asked the waitress to put their drinks on my tab for the rest of the night. After all, I said to the others, they're part of why I'm so happy. Miriam was going to refuse, but her husband, being practical, thanked me and started drinking heavily. As he drank more, he stumbled over and asked me to dance. I agreed, though reluctantly, while Miriam looked annoyed. When he got too close to me, I lost my patience, gave him a hard slap, and returned to my table. Everyone saw it, and many laughed. Miriam looked very embarrassed. Benny arrived soon after, and of course people filled him in on what happened. I'll never forget his shocked expression. He marched straight to their table. By this point he was quite drunk and hard to understand, but I think he got the message when he pulled the guy closer by his tie. "If you touch her again, I'll make you regret it. Do you hear me?" The man, feeling bold from his drinks, slurred, "What's wrong, little man? Afraid I'll take her too? She almost wanted it. Watch your back. I might just try it for fun." I doubt anyone realized he'd just been slapped until the sound echoed in the club, followed by another slap when he swung back. "Are you really asking for trouble? One more word, and I swear you'll wish you hadn't. Don't ever touch her or come near her again, got it?" He still held the man by his tie, their faces just inches apart. I could see panic in his eyes. Bob, the owner, stepped in to break it up. He calmly spoke to Benny. "Benny, let it be. He won't bother anyone in my club again, I promise. Maybe you should take Bonnie home. Come back next week and I'll buy your first drink." Then he turned to Tom. "Tom, I need a favor, but not this way. Miriam, I'm sorry, but you need to take your husband home. You're always welcome, but he's not coming back. Give Bonnie and Benny a few minutes, then you should leave too." Miriam's face showed clear signs of shame as she took her drunk husband out of the club. It was very quiet on the way home. When we were almost there, I began to say sorry. "Why are you apologizing? Did you lead him on, giving him hints that you were interested?" I was shocked he thought that, and I told him so. He just grunted in response. "Do you really think I don't know that? I'm sorry you had to see that side of me, but I look out for what I care about, and I always will. If you can't accept that, you might want to reconsider the ring." I surprised him when I playfully hit his arm. "Hey, you're stuck with me for life. I'm so proud of you for standing up for me. David would have never done that. I'm glad you made your feelings clear like you did tonight. I really like you right now, so let's get back to the house." He then took my hand and led me into the house. He was a bit rough, but I knew he meant well. Once inside, we laughed and enjoyed each other's company. We shared tender moments filled with joy and excitement. "Let's take this to the bedroom," he said, and I smiled at him. We spent the night together, laughing, talking, and enjoying our time, feeling deep connections with each other. The next day, we both felt a bit sore but happy. Benny looked a little shy, and I could tell he might want to apologize. "Don't you dare! I've never felt more secure in my life. My partner stood up for me, and I loved every moment of it. Sure, I might need a break now and then, but I truly enjoyed being close to you. Just know, you have my trust, and I'll always support you." I wasn't joking. Last night opened something inside me that I had been unsure about for a long time. I enjoyed our moments together, and I wanted to explore them more. A week later, I decided to share something I had kept to myself. "Benny, remember when we first started this and I acted surprised when you mentioned that website? Well, I want to be open with you as a married couple, so I have something to tell you. Let me show you. I've asked you to read some short stories I wrote, then come back to talk to me about them. There are about 25 stories, so it shouldn't take more than a night. Once you're done, we can discuss them tomorrow after you've had some time to think. Now go ahead." He went into the office. I had set up my computer right next to his, so mine was the one on. I walked by a few times, feeling a bit anxious. His face showed he was focused. Then I heard him laugh and later snort. I went to bed before he came out. He didn't have work the next day. I'm not sure when he finally came to bed. The writer was me. Before Benny and I got together, I often felt lonely. My friend Hilda had told me about a writing site where she suggested romance stories. I soon explored different themes, writing down every fantasy I had. As an English teacher, I had picked up some skills in creative writing over the years, which is part of why I admired his work so much. He had real talent and little formal training. He spent his day working outside, mowing the lawn, and taking care of the garden. Usually I would help, but today he seemed like he wanted to be by himself. After dinner, we found ourselves on the porch swing, watching the full moon rise. "I've read your stories many times," frustrated Fanny. "I won't lie. During tough times, I would often think of them. I wished for a partner like you. Now here you are, and I'm going to marry you." I told him those stories were just my fantasies from a lonely time. Things I had always wanted to try but couldn't because I hadn't found someone I loved or trusted. I made it clear that those fantasies were for my imagination only. But I'm curious about other things. Will you help me? Are you serious? The woman I love wants to explore some of my dreams? How could I not be excited? You know I would always respect you. I think you might want to explore new experiences once in a while, too. Let's get started soon. Remember, I'll decide when and where things happen. That's part of the fun. Now, how are the wedding plans going? It felt strange to go from talking about our future to discussing wedding details without me having a say. I paused. This was part of the scenario I had in mind. I wasn't to have input. It was challenging to talk about flowers and food while feeling so distracted. We didn't share a special moment that night, even though I really wanted to. The wedding took place in July during summer break. Hilda was the maid of honor. Sarah was a bridesmaid along with my 2 daughters and future daughters-in-law. Benny chose his oldest son as his best man. The other 2 sons, along with Jim and Jack, were groomsmen. Angie was the flower girl, and my youngest grandson carried the ring. We had finished all our planned tasks. Benny was becoming more popular and was about to earn over $100,000. He insisted that I use that money to pay for the wedding and not to hold back. I finally got the wedding of my dreams, including a honeymoon. We spent 3 weeks visiting England, Scotland, and Ireland with a couple of days in France. I loved England, so this was a dream come true for me. We also planned a surprise gift for the wedding party. We organized a 3-day weekend for families at Disney in Orlando. Jack brought his 2 kids who got along well with Hilda. Sarah and Jim brought their 3 kids too. It felt like a big family gathering. All the kids were so excited when they got the news, sharing their social media info and building excitement together. We arranged for a babysitter for Saturday night so that the parents could enjoy a nice evening out. It seemed like everyone in town attended. We held the wedding outside at our house in the evening, decorated with lovely lights, and the pond in the background created beautiful rainbows that seemed to dance with our joy. The only ones absent were Miriam and Tom, despite our invites, along with David. My ex did send a nice gift, likely out of gratitude for finishing 2 years of support payments. I heard that his marriage to another woman had ended, but at least he learned from our experience and had a contract in place. People are still talking about the reception. I might have gone a bit overboard as drinks were flowing, food was enjoyed, and everyone had a great time. We made sure some teenage girls came to help take the kids home to bed. In a heartfelt moment that brought tears to my eyes, Benny and I sat together, and all the kids lined up to give us kisses. The boys thanked Benny with a handshake, looking serious, while the girls kissed him. I still get emotional whenever I watch that part on the wedding video. Before leaving, Jack surprised Hilda by proposing. She broke into tears as his kids cheered and hugged her. They had become close over the months, and when they got married, the kids wanted to live with them. I will never forget when Hilda lit up, sharing the good news about great report cards they'd received. Sarah and I hugged her when she realized the significance of that moment. Once the kids went home, the parents had their fun. No one got into fights or awkward situations, but there were some embarrassing moments that would be remembered for a long time. I later found out that Miriam had parked down the street and watched our wedding through binoculars. Always careful about money, she was curious about where our expenses were coming from. The honeymoon was everything I wanted. We visited many tourist sites and dined at small pubs that tourists usually didn't go to. Most of the locals welcomed us, and we quickly learned how strong their beers could be. I think he liked Scotland the most, while I was fond of Ireland. We were lucky enough to see the Book of Kells. Not the entire book, of course, just the page they had on display that day, which changed daily. We also saw the Blarney Stone, which Benny claimed every writer should visit. The weekend in Orlando was wonderful. I shared photos with my family on my laptop. The kids were thrilled, especially at Disney. The girls dressed up as princesses, while the boys went for a Harry Potter style. The adults' night was special, too. Benny's youngest came with a woman and introduced her as our future daughter-in-law. One of my daughters and one of his sons announced that our family would grow with 2 new additions by Christmas, and we ended the night on a happy note. Finally, we were back home. Benny quit his job, and I added him to my insurance since I was a retired teacher. He hadn't signed a new book deal yet, even though the publisher was eager, saying he wanted a break. He was still writing quietly, something he wouldn't let me read. "This might be my best work yet, honey. I want it almost finished before you see it. Please, just trust me." Like I had much of a choice. 2 weeks before we got married, I received a letter in the mail. After sharing my deepest thoughts, I figured nothing would come of it and accepted that my thoughts would stay fantasies. As I opened the letter, a handwritten note fell out. It was from Benny. "Dear Bonnie, I've been thinking a lot about our talk. If we go ahead with this, it won't be as Bonnie, wife of Benny. It will be as Plum, serving as your partner. I can't treat a wife the same way I would treat Plum, because her needs are not the same. She is here to support me. This is your only chance to say no. If you want to say no, just say no when I get home this afternoon. If yes, don't say anything. Just have dinner ready. You know I love your butterfly pork chops. If you agree, I will share more details later. I've thought it over. A leader shouldn't discuss everything with their partner, just give directions. So writing letters seems best. I know you've noticed I haven't been close to you for a few days." The anticipation was intentional, building up my excitement. "Either way you decide, it won't change how much I care about you," he said kindly. I was feeling both thrilled and a bit nervous, realizing the time I had planned to make a nice dinner but hadn't yet gotten all the ingredients. Quickly, I headed to the market, knowing I wanted the evening to be special. When he walked in and smelled the meal cooking, he smiled. He didn't make a big fuss, but simply mentioned how delicious it was, which was all the acknowledgement I needed. That night, he offered me warmth and comfort, and we both drifted into a peaceful sleep afterward. Though I was still full of energy, I managed to settle down, feeling content. The next morning, I found a note waiting for me on the dining room table. "Plum, some packages will arrive for you today. Please don't open them yet. Lay them out neatly on the table and we'll look through them together later. There will also be a letter with instructions. Follow them carefully. Yours." Curious, I spent most of the day watching for the delivery truck, and finally in the afternoon it arrived. I received the packages, arranging them neatly on the table, resisting the urge to peek inside. Once everything was in place, I opened the letter to find his instructions. It asked me to be ready for the evening, dressed in a simple outfit that he appreciated, with attention to detail in how I prepared myself. There was a pink box with a small, thoughtful gift inside, adding a touch of fun and surprise to the evening. When he arrived, everything was set as he'd requested, and his warm smile showed me he appreciated the effort. We shared a quiet, joyful evening, each of us fully present in the moment, enjoying the closeness and joy of each other's company. As we ended the evening, the feeling of connection and respect between us left me filled with gratitude and peace. He stepped back, set down a timer, and gave me instructions. "When the timer rings, close the door and meet me in the dining room." I glanced down at the timer, set for a few minutes, and watched it closely. As soon as it buzzed, I quickly closed the door and headed to join him. In the dining room, Benny had placed a beautiful, polished wooden trunk he had crafted himself. It was lined with soft velvet, and its purpose became clear as we began opening some packages together. "Come here," he said in a gentle tone. I walked over and he handed me a small package to open. Inside, I found a leather collar with a small nameplate that read, "Plum." He fastened it around my neck carefully, making sure it was comfortable. We continued unpacking items, each carefully placed in the trunk. The collection was thoughtfully selected, each item simple yet meaningful to us. As we unwrapped everything, he reminded me to take care of the items with respect and attention. "Now go get your things," he said, referring to a few personal items he knew I kept stored. I went to gather them and returned, placing them on the table in front of him. "Good job," he said warmly, clearly pleased with my efforts. He took one of the items, examining it with interest. "Very nice," he commented, smiling, and placed it aside thoughtfully. With everything in place, we shared a quiet, peaceful moment, both appreciating the trust and warmth that had grown between us. The evening ended with a shared sense of understanding and respect, leaving me feeling truly valued and cared for. He dropped me onto the floor and told me to follow orders, or there would be consequences. I hurried to the chair on my knees. I sat and slowly slid one leg over the armrest, trying to impress him. I didn't need any extras. I worked hard for what felt like a long time before I finally let out a cry and fell back, feeling drained. I thought we were finished when he led me to the bed, but then I was surprised when he gently tied my arms and legs to the bedposts with soft restraints. He was affectionate, leaving me feeling happy and overwhelmed. After a while, I was asking for a break. He untied my legs and held on to them, giving me more of that delightful attention until I felt another wave of joy. He had been with me for hours, and I was exhausted. I barely remembered his happy shout as he finally relaxed. Afterward, he wiped me down with a warm cloth and removed the restraints. He tucked me in with a blanket, kissed my forehead, and wished me a good night. The next morning, he was up first, waiting with coffee and breakfast. I started to ask him something when he raised his hand. "Come here." I still had my collar on, which meant I couldn't speak until it was taken off. He handed it to me and told me to put it away. Once it was stored, he greeted me with a sweet kiss. "Hi, honey. I missed you last night. Did you talk to Plum? Was everything she hoped for? Was she comfortable with how things went? Does she want to stop?" It was amusing to talk about my other self as if she were someone else. "Oh, she called today, very excited. It was nothing like she expected, but she said to thank you for the best night she's ever had. She also mentioned she doesn't want sessions too close together because she's feeling quite sore. What did you do to her?" "Never mind. A girl needs her secrets. She said just message her next time you want to see her. Oh, and she asked me to give you this." I climbed into his lap. I know he noticed me wince as I sat down. I gave him a passionate kiss, full of gratitude. "Wow," he said when I finally let him breathe. "If she's that thankful, maybe I should call her more often." "Not too often, honey. It might take away the excitement. Besides, she already said she couldn't handle it on a regular basis. Now let's stop talking about her. It's making me a bit jealous. What would you like to do today? I hope it's nothing too active." He built me another bird feeder, so I picked a spot and he dug the hole and set it up. We were spending quite a bit on bird feed, but I loved seeing all the birds, and that happiness made him happy too. I just wish there were a way to love him even more. I decided to share our little adventure as a story, writing it down almost exactly as it had happened. It received a good rating. Benny read it and got so excited he spun me around in the office chair. 3 months after everything changed, he called me into his office. I finished the first draft. It's a bit long, so take your time reading it. Jack and Jim are coming over later. We plan to fish in the pond and maybe have a cookout next weekend. I love you. Don't wait up and try not to stay up too late. He kissed me and went to set up, getting the fishing gear, lanterns, coolers, and chairs ready. 3 hours later, I got up and went to the kitchen. He had left me a snack in the microwave. After I warmed it up and ate, I poured myself a drink and went out to the porch swing. I could see them by the light of the lantern, and I sometimes heard their laughter as they caught fish. I watched him, looking happy. It was truly the most powerful and moving thing I had ever read. I was only halfway through, and I was shocked to see I had used up a whole box of tissues. This was not just any book. It felt like a masterpiece, just like the best movies. I realized this would make him famous. He would never be just Benny to me again. The world would know him now. I couldn't bring myself to feel jealous. I only wished he would still be the same man I loved. Feeling tired, I went to bed. I don't know when he came in, but he slept in until 10 the next morning. I read another part of the book. I knew how it would end, but I still couldn't stop reading. The smell of coffee made me look up. He was standing by the door, sipping from his favorite cup. "Well?" I put my book down, cleaned up the tissues, and stood up. He entered and set his cup down. I hugged him tightly, feeling overwhelmed. "Words can't explain it, dear. Where did this come from?" I read an article last year about a girl who wanted the Make-A-Wish Foundation to help her. They were still talking about it when she passed away. It stuck with me and seemed like it had to come out. Do you think the publisher will like it? I pulled back to look at him. "Benny, promise me one thing. Don't show it to anyone for a week. Can you do that for me? I have to go somewhere just for 3 days and you can't come with me. If you love me, please let me do this." He agreed without question. I wouldn't even tell him where I was headed. I took my oldest daughter with me for support. She lived halfway between my home and my destination, so it worked out perfectly. We stopped at her house and continued on together to New York City, one of the main publishing centers in the world. I called my friend and former boss. We kept in touch over the years, sending holiday cards and such. I had stayed with her when my marriage ended, and she had done the same when her partner didn't want to marry her after same-sex marriage became legal. "Beth, thank you for taking my call. I know you're busy." "Don't mention it, Bonnie. I'm always happy to hear from you. How's married life?" "I'm sorry I couldn't make it to the wedding. I really wanted to be there, but my work got in the way. When are you bringing him by so I can meet him? If everything goes well, it will be soon. Beth, I need a big favor from you, as a friend and a professional. Can you spare about 2 hours? I'd prefer it at your office. It will be worth your time. The sooner, the better." "Okay. You have my attention. I'm a bit busy, but I can give you an hour on Tuesday morning around 10. That's the best I can do." "I'll take it. And Beth, you won't regret it." I let Whitney read some of the manuscript the night before in our hotel room. We called room service for more tissues. This is what Poppy does? Why didn't you tell us? We all wondered about the money at the wedding. Your stepfather is a very private man. He likes to keep things as they are. You know, if this gets published, everything will change, right? I sighed. I know, but it's too valuable not to share. I spent a restless night, worried about my choice. Eventually, I fell asleep, feeling it was the right decision. The next morning, we went to Beth's office right on time. She was the picture of a successful businesswoman dressed perfectly in nice clothes, with her hair styled and a hint of tiredness around her eyes. She asked if we wanted coffee. I said yes, but we didn't have time to waste. I handed her the manuscript, and I noticed her frown. Please, Beth, this is the only time I'll push us as friends. Please. She stared at me for a moment, then ordered coffee and snacks. We enjoyed coffee and bagels, watching her closely. At first, she frowned. In 5 minutes, she was focused, tuning out everything else. 15 minutes in, tears began to form, and Whitney quietly handed her a pack of tissues. By the time she used them all, 45 minutes had passed. She leaned back in her chair, sighed, and stared at the ceiling. Suddenly, she sat up straight and grabbed her phone. Jan, reschedule my meetings. Tell them I'm sorry, but something important is happening and I need to handle it. Get Kevin, Geraldine, and Yvette here quickly. Convince them, Jan. She turned to me. Okay, Bonnie, where did you find this? My husband wrote it. Her eyes widened in surprise. Really? I thought he was just a delivery driver. Where did he go to school? I smiled. He went to Central High. He never got the chance to attend college. Did you help him? No, Beth. This is all his work. It took another 45 minutes for her to feel assured that we were serious. Has he written anything else? I felt proud. Yes, 5 books in total, all romances. E-books, Loveland Publishing. Look him up under B. Henson. She looked at me for a moment, then picked up her phone again. Jan, I need you to go online to Loveland Publishing. Search for and download everything you can find from a B. Henson. Henson. Yeah. I want 6 of our readers to look at them and share their thoughts. I need it first thing tomorrow. Got it? Bye. Now the big question, Bonnie. Who else has he shared this with? No one. He doesn't know I'm showing it to you. How did you get it? Simple. I'm his wife. He knows I would never do anything to hurt him. She sighed. Before we go any further, he needs a manager and an entertainment lawyer. This story has blockbuster potential. It could make you both very wealthy. You know that, right? It was my turn to sigh. I know. I've been hoping every night that this doesn't change him too much. I don't think I could bear losing my gentle, loving husband. The 3 people she had asked for came in then. She sat them at the conference table and gave them half of the manuscript. We're going to lunch. Read this out loud, taking turns when your voice gets tired. We'll be back in 90 minutes. She turned to Whitney. I'm afraid you can't join us, dear. I need a guard. If any of these people try to leave with any part of that book, call me right away, then have Jan notify security. Do you understand? Good. She turned to the others, holding the rest of the book. This is mine. Do I make myself clear? Don't even think about trying to take it. Just read and give me your thoughts when we return. Oh, and tell Jan to bring a fresh box of tissues. I know we went somewhere nice and expensive, but I doubt either of us could remember what we ate later. Beth stayed on the phone, scheduling agents and lawyers for us to interview. She finally hung up, took a few bites, drank half a bottle of water, and started talking to me. This could really boost my career, Bonnie. I already have a good reputation, but I've never brought a story as powerful as this to the public before. What I'm about to say is off the record. Don't agree to any deal without having an agent review it. Try not to talk to us if you can avoid it. That's their job. Maybe hint that you're in town looking for the ideal publishing house. That might make them treat you well and offer a good contract. Understand? All right. Back to the meeting. When we returned, the box of tissues was almost empty. One man had the reddest eyes of the 3. The 2 women just sat there, amazed. You should have seen it, Beth. It was the only time I've ever seen him emotional. The younger woman, Yvette, turned to me. "Did you write this?" Before I could reply, Beth answered for me. "No, but she is very close to the author. He trusts her so much that he's letting her explore options. And just so you know, he has another publisher interested." The older woman gasped. "You're joking, right? There's no way a man wrote this. It doesn't feel right. He's not single, is he?" Whitney laughed. I quickly replied, "I've heard he's not single and is happily married. His wife enjoys the attention he's giving her." Beth brought everyone's focus back. "Bonnie gave this to me because we're old friends. She worked here years ago. She'll be bringing the writer and his agent next week. I hope we can work with him." She looked at me, asking me to support her with her eyes. "That's right. Likely Monday or Tuesday. I'd really like for him to work with you. If he does, Beth will take the lead. I can say this, so please keep it in mind. Now we need to catch a flight, so if you could return the manuscript to me, we'll let you get back to your work. It was nice to meet you all. Whitney, let's go." "I'll walk you out, Bonnie. It's really nice to see you." In the outer office, Beth whispered in my ear, "Can I trust you with this? I'd like to edit the first few chapters so the managing partners can see a sample." I gave her the first 10 chapters. When I got home, I hugged Benny tightly, feeling like it had been ages since I saw him, cherishing his affection. "I'm tired, honey. Let's chat after dinner. I need a nap and some of your ribs." I turned to go to the bedroom but stopped, returning to him, holding on tightly. "Please don't change, okay?" He had no clue what I meant, but he would find out soon enough. I'm back now. Some work and personal issues kept me busy, but things have calmed down a bit. I didn't stop writing. I took chances to jot down ideas as they came to me. I must have the outlines for 30 stories started. Will I finish them soon? I can't say, but I'll do my best. One of my favorite bands, the Grateful Dead, once released 8 singles at once. Touch of Grey was the most popular and commercially successful. I found that idea exciting, so I'll try it too. In the next 2 weeks, I plan to release at least 6 stories, maybe more. They'll be diverse, and I hope you enjoy them. As always, let me know what you think, and vote if you like. Thank you for your time. I've recently realized how valuable it is. I slept and had strange dreams. I woke up to the comforting smell of barbecue, my favorite food. Benny didn't say much as I ate. After we cleared the dishes, he got us a drink and took me to the porch swing. We settled in, holding each other, happy to be back together. He gently rocked us, running his fingers through my hair from time to time. I took a deep breath and sat up straight. I wanted him to see my face clearly. "First, thank you for trusting me. Now about where I was. Do you remember my friend Beth? I worked with her before I became a teacher at the publishing house." I felt him tense up. "She's a senior editor now. I took her your book. They can reach a much larger audience than your ebooks, get media attention, and advertise widely. It's just too good. The world needs to see it." He let out a slow breath. "Did she like it?" "She loved it. She said it was one of the most powerful things she had ever read. She's already thinking about movie rights if you agree to sign with her." "Do you think it will really be that successful?" I held his hands and leaned in for a quick kiss. "You don't know, do you? Benny, people who read this book or see the movie will remember it forever. It's that great." He stood up and walked to the edge of the porch, looking into the darkness. His voice came from the shadows. "Then I guess we should do it. You know, when I started writing, it was for the peace it gave me. I wanted to be successful too. But this success, I never imagined it. But just know this, Bonnie. I won't do this without you. You are my inspiration, my support, and my best friend. You mean everything to me. You've made me want to be a better writer. I know people wondered why you chose me. You're beautiful, smarter, and far more educated. I just drove a delivery truck. What could I offer someone like you? I never told you, but I've loved you since we were 13. I felt out of your league when you went to that junior high dance with Jimmy Travers. I saw you getting picked up in that fancy car, and I thought I couldn't compete, so I stayed away. Then you came back into my life, and it felt unreal. While we grew close, I kept expecting some guy to come in and ruin it. But you chose me, and if I died tomorrow, I would do so knowing that you loved me, and that makes life worth living. Did you know Miriam is telling everyone we used your money for our wedding and honeymoon? She says I wanted to act like someone I'm not. Some of it comes from jealousy, I'm sure, but it's surprising how many people believe her. So if this happens, if it becomes as popular as you think, you're by my side through it all. I'll need you to support me, cheer for me, and help me. Will you do that? I've shed more tears in the last 2 years with him than I ever have, and almost all of them were tears of joy and love. I walked up behind him and hugged him tightly, with every breath I take. Now I want you to take me to our room and hold me close. Please? It was the most memorable night I had ever experienced. There was no loud noise, no shouting, no games, just a man and a woman coming together. I cried softly for most of it, and I felt a few tears from him by the end. After we were done, we stayed quiet. What words could express our feelings better than our closeness? Then, just before I fell asleep, I thought of Miriam. I considered confronting her in public to reveal all her lies, but I changed my mind. The book would disprove everything negative she had ever said about Benny. I just needed to be there when she got the news. The next day, I called Beth. I told her that if we could find an agent and reach an agreement, we were ready to go. She connected us with a man who was known as a legend among agents. Now in his 70s, he was semi-retired, but knew everyone in the publishing world and Hollywood. We put him on speakerphone. Good morning, my name is Saul Sanchez. Beth gave me your number. I'd love to meet and discuss how I can help you. When will you be in New York again? I replied, next Tuesday. We'll be there for a couple of days, and we hope to have representation by then. We talked for about an hour. He had worked with some big names before and was now focused on just 3 clients, mostly as a favor. Beth let me read the first 10 chapters in her office. It's just as good as she said it would be. I'd like to work with you and send my career off with a bang. We spoke with 2 more agents and set up meetings. But we knew before we even got on the plane that we wanted to go with Saul. As it turned out, Benny had not traveled much. Thanks to my first job and my previous relationship, I had. Watching him was like seeing a child discover the world. Unfortunately, we weren't there to enjoy the sights until after our meetings. We checked in just in time to freshen up for our meeting with Saul. Should I wear a suit? Benny asked. I laughed. They want you for who you are. You could wear a torn t-shirt and sweatpants, and they wouldn't mind. They expect writers to be unique. But you do look great in a suit, and it shows professionalism. Okay, a suit it is, but no tie, and you better wear that blue dress. It'll keep them distracted enough so I can feel relaxed. All right, I said playfully, feeling happy that I still had that effect on him after almost a year and a half together. I laid out the dress and decided to add a little surprise. I walked out holding the dress, feeling playful. Honey, can you zip me up? I asked as I slipped into my dress, enjoying the look on his face. I reached up to give him a quick kiss on the cheek. If you start to feel nervous today, just think of the surprise you have waiting under this dress. He grinned widely during the cab ride. I didn't know what an agent was supposed to look like, but Saul Sanchez definitely surprised me. I imagined an older man in a cozy sweater looking at us with enthusiasm. Saul was tall and fit for his age, with thick black hair that looked dyed and a small beard. He wore an expensive suit and had a personality that could light up the whole room. "Welcome, welcome," he said loudly, shaking our hands. Before long, we were in a nice office with dark wood and leather furniture. "This is my personal space," he said with a smile. He invited us to sit on a couch while he settled into a big chair. He got straight to the point. "I read your work. It's quite good for a newcomer. The first 2 pieces were a bit rough, but you've improved a lot. Beth has some suggestions for you. I'll let her explain." He paused for a moment. "The new book I saw is truly excellent. I know it makes you a bit shy to hear that, but you'll get used to it, especially if it becomes popular like I believe it will. I heard you have meetings with 2 other agents, as Beth told me. Both are capable and would do a decent job, so why should you choose me? especially if my fees are higher, because I am the best fit for you. I bring 45 years of experience and know many important people in the literary world, not just in the city. I have good relationships with various producers and film companies, and this has the potential to be something special, especially if we get a talented screenwriter. He took a deep breath. My wife didn't want me to take this on until I promised her I wouldn't let you go after she read the book. Here's my contract. Make sure to have a good entertainment lawyer review it. If you don't have one, I can suggest a few names, as can Beth. Let me know soon if you want to work with me. There's a lot to do. Now, any questions? We had many questions, and he did his best to help us understand. After a friendly handshake, he sent us on our way. To be fair, we also met with the other two agents. The first, a man a bit younger than us, seemed capable but didn't really connect with us. The second, a man in his early 30s, was a disappointment. His office was large and luxurious, but it was very busy. We were interrupted multiple times, and he quickly brushed off most of our questions, saying an assistant would help us once we signed the papers. He had a contract ready, and his assistant was there to witness our signatures. I was starting to feel frustrated, while Benny found it amusing. When the man finally paused, he leaned back in his chair and gave us a sly smile. "Any questions before we sign?" Benny caught him off guard. "That's a nice suit. Where did you get it?" He actually seemed proud. "Savile Row, 7,000, but worth every penny. If you want, I can give you the name of the tailor. How about yours?" I knew he was just being polite. Benny smiled as he stood up. "J.C. Penney, $2.89 if I can catch them on sale." I glanced at his assistant, and I thought she might burst out laughing. Benny reached out and shook the agent's hand. "Thank you for your time. It was informative. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll choose your agency. Have a nice day." He walked out with me following while the agent tried to get up from his chair. I couldn't hold back my laughter as we left. We spent the afternoon meeting with lawyers. There were two names that both Beth and Saul recommended, so we decided to see them first, since we had made appointments ahead of time. We chose a woman our age because we both liked her. So, Saul Sanchez and Beth Howard. When they called one after the other, I knew I had to meet you. We had an informative hour discussing intellectual property and entertainment laws. In the end, we signed some papers. With an agent and a lawyer now on our side, we met Beth the next day. "We won't be discussing business, really. You have capable people to handle that now. I just wanted to meet you, Mr. Henson." Benny shook her hand, smiling. "You can call me Benny. Everyone else does. It seems we'll be chatting a lot." "Beth," she replied, giving him her card. "These are my personal numbers. If you need me, you can reach me at one of these. And you should get a new phone, sharing the number only with Saul and me. It will help us communicate faster. While Saul and Karen handle everything with your business matters, there are a few things I'd like to discuss. I read all 5 of your earlier books. Have you looked at them recently? Is there anything you feel could have been done better?" Benny actually turned a bit red. "Not so much with my last 2, but there were many changes I wish I had made in the first 3. Some were suggestions from my editor, while others were my own thoughts." "That's good to hear, Benny. You should always listen to your editor. Who edited your books? Every editor has their own preferences." "Bonnie." She looked surprised, then smiled at me. "You've done well, Grasshopper. It's nice to see you remember what I taught you. Will it be a problem letting me have him?" "A little," I said. "We shared a special connection that brought us together at first, but he's grown now, and I realize he needs your expertise." Beth came around the desk and hugged me. "Well said. I promise I'll take good care of him, at least to start." Benny turned red while we laughed. She sat back down. "I want you to know that Harbor House has acquired the publishing rights to all your past work. 3 of them are good enough to be rewritten and published. A few months after this one comes out, I want you to have one ready. They'll do well, riding the success of this. Benny, before you get too excited, you still own the books. We just bought the rights to publish them. Are you working on anything now?" "Not really. I have a few ideas I want to explore, but this has taken my focus away. I'll be honest, you won't have much time to write for the next year. You'll see why many writers don't enjoy publicity. It takes away their creative time. But all successful writers understand it's part of being famous. So keep a laptop handy. You'll find time here and there. Use it, and when things settle down, you'll be ready to write seriously. You have about 6 months before this book comes out. I want you to revise your third and fourth books and think about a sequel to the third. People love mysteries and romance. Now, what are your plans for the rest of the week? I shared my plans. We have meetings with Saul and Karen, both separately and together. Also, this is Benny's first trip to New York, so I bet he'll want to see the sights. Great! It's an amazing place to live. Have dinner with Jen and me tomorrow. We'll suggest some places. Anything you want to see, Benny? Jen was her new girlfriend, and it seemed serious. I've always wanted to see a Broadway show, a musical if possible. Beth smiled. I'll see what I can arrange. You'll find that a successful writer with a top publishing house has access to great entertainment. The next evening at dinner, she brought out 2 sets of tickets. Mamma Mia, a matinee, and the next night, Kinky Boots. Jen and I are going with you. She's really wanted to see it. Benny was amazed. What do we owe you? Just your gratitude. It's one of the benefits of this job. And don't be shocked if producers start reaching out to you. I may have mentioned you are about to do amazing things in the literary world. Network, Benny. Learn to embrace that term. She chuckled at his surprised expression. Beth and I stepped out to the restroom, leaving Jen at the table. Beth called it guard duty. Benny is a bit naive, Bonnie. Promise me you'll look out for him. You've seen how this world can be. Keep him grounded so he can keep his focus. She was serious, and I could see it in her eyes. Don't worry, I assured her as she touched up her lipstick. I'll protect him like a mama bear looking after her cub. Anyone who tries to get close to him will have a hard time. Good, she replied, pressing her lips together. I'll hold you to that. Benny was captivated. We had great seats, and the producer took us backstage before the show. Are you someone special? I don't know you. Beth says you're the next big name in literature. He was direct, which was his style. Before Benny could respond, I jumped in. He's someone very important. He's my husband. If you don't know who he is by this time next year, you must have gone to live in a monastery in the middle of nowhere, he joked, handing me a card. Call me the next time you're in town and need tickets, he said with a grin. And if any of your projects have stage potential, have Saul give me a call first. We laughed ourselves to tears watching Kinky Boots. With no personal ties to anyone in the production, we relaxed and enjoyed the show completely. Though I loved it, I was a bit distracted. We'd been going non-stop since we arrived, so a quick hug was about the most we'd managed until all our work commitments were over. Then, as always, Benny had a surprise up his sleeve. I was in the shower getting ready for the show. When I came out, he was gone, and there was a note and a wrapped package waiting on the coffee table. Smiling, I picked up the note and read it. Plum, I feel like we've missed each other lately, so I'm inviting you out for a special night in New York. In the package, you'll find what I'd love for you to wear. I'll be waiting for you in the bar. Don't keep me waiting too long. Yours, Benny. Excited, I opened the package, thrilled by his thoughtful gesture. Inside was a beautiful black dress with a stylish row of buttons along one side, giving me the option to wear it either modestly or with a little flair. There were also elegant black pumps, the tallest heels I'd ever worn, and perfect for the evening. As I put on the outfit, I found another small note tucked inside one of the shoes. Take a moment to look in the mirror and appreciate how amazing you look. Then, come meet me at the bar. Smiling, I took his advice, feeling a bit of a thrill as I looked in the mirror, admiring the elegant, classic look he'd chosen. The elevator ride felt long, with other guests coming and going, each of us eager to explore the city at night. Finally, I arrived at the bar, filled with excitement and ready for our evening together, grateful for his thoughtfulness and the spark he'd brought back into our time in the city. The elevator stopped, and I quickly adjusted my dress just before the doors opened. A couple in their 30s got in. The woman smiled and seemed to know something. I kept my eyes down the whole time. For the last 6 floors, I was alone, and I held my hands close until the door opened again. I rushed into the bar, searching for Benny. The bar was curved, and I spotted him sitting at the far end, near the bathroom. He stood up as I entered, took my hand, and pressed his lips to it gently. He said with a smile. He pulled out a chair at the end of the bar for me. I tried to look as inviting as I could. He waved at the bartender and ordered me a whiskey sour and a neat rye. Benny didn't drink much, but loved his rye. While we waited for the car to take us to the show, we spoke quietly. "Hello, Plum. Ready for a special night?" "I'm feeling pretty warm right now," I replied. He leaned in closer, his breath on my ear. "Really? Can I check?" Before I knew it, his hand slipped under my dress, making me open my legs without thinking. I tried to hold back a sound as his fingers touched me. He kept whispering in my ear, "No one can see you. It's dark here. Enjoy yourself. I want to see some signs before we leave." I was starting to lose my sense of caution. If he had asked me to do something bold, I probably would have. At first, he was gentle, moving his fingers slowly. Soon, he found the right spot and began to speed up. I was already close, and within moments I felt overwhelmed, managing to silence myself as I felt everything rush through me. I was breathing heavily and sweating. He placed his hand over my mouth. "Suck," he said softly. I did as he asked, glancing around to see the bartender watching with a grin. I hoped he was the only one who noticed. "Can I freshen up, sir?" I asked. He smiled, sending chills down my spine. "Yes, fix your makeup and hair. Don't touch anything else, understand? Good. The limo should be here when you return." In the bathroom of the fancy hotel, I tried to fix my appearance while feeling a bit flustered. I resisted the urge to wipe my hands. A stunning woman came out of a stall and stood next to me. "I saw you on your way in. It can be quite exciting, especially if it's your first time, right? I'm surprised to see someone your age enjoying such experiences, but go for it. My husband had me try many things when we were together. Just be careful. It can get tricky sometimes." I felt a bit proud. It was my very first time, and what a thrill it was. "We've got it all planned out," he assured me with a mischievous smile. As we left the bar, I pointed out a striking woman across the room. Benny noticed her too, grinning knowingly. "She's quite well known here," he said with a nod. "The bartender pointed her out to me earlier." On the way to pick up Beth and Jen, he raised the privacy glass in the limo and we exchanged amused glances, enjoying the fun of the moment. It was our first time in a limo together, and he held my hand, both of us appreciating the thrill of the ride. When we met Beth and Jen, they smirked, catching on to our excitement. "First time in a limo?" they teased. "Yes," Benny laughed, still holding my hand. "I could get used to this." We all shared smiles, enjoying the ride to the theater and later, a late dinner. After dropping off our friends, Benny raised the privacy glass again, this time pulling a small, elegant box from his jacket. Inside was a beautiful black choker with a single pearl at the center. Gently, he fastened it around my neck. "Stand tall and proud," he said with a smile. I gave him a playful strut, making him laugh. As we got into the elevator, he unbuttoned a few buttons on my dress, adding a bit of flair. Just then, a few more people got in, and I stood still, feeling both amused and slightly daring. I relaxed as they exited a few floors below ours, leaving us alone again. When we reached our floor, he took my hand, and we shared quiet laughter as we made our way down the hallway to our room. There was a spark of fun and adventure in the air, and I couldn't stop smiling. Once in the room, he handed me a small package, encouraging me to freshen up before bed. Inside, I found a luxurious spa set, complete with oils and lotions. Taking my time, I followed the instructions, enjoying the self-care routine and feeling completely refreshed. He was waiting for me with a warm smile when I returned, pointing to the bed. The room was arranged with soft pillows and a cozy blanket, creating a calm, inviting atmosphere. I lay down, feeling grateful for the quiet, thoughtful gestures that made the evening feel so special. As we settled in for the night, I felt a deep sense of contentment, savoring the laughter and shared moments of the day. Soon, he had me securely restrained, then surprised me by slipping a soft mask over my head, which blocked my sight and muffled sound with built-in ear coverings. He added a small gag, leaving me in complete silence and darkness, unable to speak or hear. After a few quiet moments, I felt his hand gently glide across my back, a comforting reminder that he was there. I shifted slightly, glad to feel some contact, and then noticed the cool sensation of lotion being carefully applied. He massaged it into my skin, his touch both calming and gentle. I lay still, feeling the tension in the air as he took his time. His touch was gentle yet steady, and as he moved, he focused on ensuring I was comfortable and at ease. Occasionally, he would pause to adjust my position, encouraging me to relax. For a while, he simply stayed beside me, his hands reassuring as he adjusted the straps slightly, making sure I was both comfortable and secure. His touch was light and careful, allowing me to feel his presence without overwhelming me. After some time, he removed the restraints and slowly took off the mask, giving me a chance to take a deep breath and relax. He helped me sit up, making sure I was steady and comfortable, and then wrapped a soft blanket around my shoulders. As I lay back, exhausted but calm, he stayed close, his presence grounding me in the quietness of the room. In those final moments, his focus was on ensuring I was relaxed, content, and safe. Later, he mentioned how long I'd been resting there, appreciating the stillness and the sense of calm we had both experienced. It was a moment of peace that left me feeling both supported and cared for, allowing me to fully relax as the evening came to an end. Late that night, I thought things had finally quieted down, but then he approached me again, gently guiding me to my knees. He held me close, his presence both steady and comforting. I could feel his warmth and his steady breathing as he gently embraced me, creating a sense of calm in the dim room. After a while, he helped me up and whispered reassuring words, lifting the tension in the air. His movements were gentle as he wrapped a blanket around me and led me back to bed. I was overwhelmed by exhaustion, yet the care he showed in those moments left me feeling calm and secure. He tucked me in, placing a warm cloth on my forehead to ease me. Then he kissed my forehead and stayed beside me until I drifted off. The next morning I woke to find him already up, enjoying a cup of coffee from room service and glancing through the morning newspaper. When I joined him, he poured me a cup and greeted me with a warm smile. "Did you sleep well?" he asked. I returned his smile. "Like a rock," I replied. We shared a laugh, and I mentioned a conversation with my friend Plum, who had called earlier that morning. She'd had an exciting night herself, though she'd said it was a rare kind of thrill she didn't want every day. I teased, saying her stories were as entertaining as they were surprising. After breakfast, he mentioned wanting to go sightseeing. "How about the Statue of Liberty in the Empire State Building?" he suggested. "That sounds wonderful," I said, excited to explore the city with him. Before we headed out, he asked if I could reach out to Plum. "I'd like to meet her for just an hour or so this morning," he explained. "Are you sure? So soon?" I asked, a bit surprised. But he assured me it was just a chat, nothing intense, so I agreed and headed up to our room to make the call. After a few moments, I returned and gave him the news that Plum was excited to meet him too. He seemed pleased, and we continued with our morning, enjoying the light-hearted moments and anticipation of the day ahead. As we prepared to go out, he took my hand, looking at me with trust and care, and assured me, "You know I'm always here for you, right?" I nodded, feeling grateful for the connection we shared. The day promised new experiences, and I felt ready to face them with him by my side. I heard footsteps. "Here she is," he said. Another voice replied, "Very nice. especially for her age. There was another man in the room. I started to move, but then I felt gentle hands on me. "Stop, honey. It's important that you stay still. I would never let anything bad happen to you. You know that." He comforted me until I began to relax. "Ma'am, this is important. You need to be still. Do you understand?" I nodded. Benny held my hand and stroked my cheek. "This might sting a little, but it won't take long." I felt something wet touch my skin and I tensed up. I was dried softly. Then I heard a buzzing sound. "Remember, ma'am, stay still." A tattoo. Benny was giving me a tattoo. It was something I had always dreamed of but hadn't been brave enough to do. 15 minutes later, he applied some gel to the area. "All done. That didn't hurt too much, did it? Just follow the instructions I left for your husband and you'll be fine." "It was a pleasure, ma'am. And what I said about you looking nice, I meant it. I hope my wife looks as good as you when we are your age." I heard Benny thanking him as he saw him to the door. He returned and gently placed a large bandage over the spot. "Leave this on for the rest of the day. No peeking. You won't be able to wear certain clothes for a few days. Loose dresses are best." He unstrapped me, whistling. I got dressed, using all my willpower not to look under the bandage. "Well?" "Neither Plum nor I know how to feel. It was a shared dream for both of us. We will have to see. I just have one question. Did she need to be so exposed?" His smile widened. "No. She could have simply lifted her dress a little to achieve the same effect." "But think about it. It was one of your dreams to be seen in that way. Somewhere in New York City, someone has seen you and knows about your tattoo. We might meet him tomorrow. You could walk into a tattoo shop and see a picture on his wall. He did take a photo." I felt embarrassed, but had to admit that if I had worn something underneath, I might have been a little excited. We went to lunch, visited the statue, and went to the top of the Empire State Building. The following day, we spent almost the whole day at the Guggenheim. Finally, we went home. It was fun, but we missed our friends and the porch swing. Oh, and the tattoo? It said Benny's in a pale pink that was almost invisible, with a small purple plum next to it. Hilda and Sarah were all over me when we got back. I didn't tell them the real reason for our trip. They thought we were on vacation. The pictures I showed them supported that idea. Miriam was at the pub with 2 friends from the bank. I think she came here because it was the one place in town he wasn't allowed to enter. I felt her gaze on me all night, so I spoke loudly, sharing details about the shows, restaurants, and sights. We crossed paths in the restroom again. "You must care for him a lot to spend your money like that. How does it feel to be a sugar mama?" I noticed Sarah and Hilda tense up. I laughed. "It feels fantastic. I just wish I had even more to share with him. He's worth every penny." I left her standing there in surprise. For 5 months, we went about our lives as usual. Benny worked, fixing up his old projects, staying in touch with Beth. It hurt to see this because I once held that place in his life. To pass the time, I wrote stories about Plum and Sir, turning them into an ongoing series. In the stories, we were younger, and he was much bigger, while I portrayed myself as more beautiful. People wouldn't believe these were mostly true accounts of a couple in their early 50s. I consistently ranked as one of the top writers on that site. I looked back at his old stories, and people were still commenting on them almost 2 years later. I shared this with him, and just for fun, he wrote a light piece and posted it. He received 300 comments welcoming him back and asking for more. We got the advance for his book, more money than either of us had ever dreamed of. I had plans for this money. I finally mentioned what Miriam had been saying about us, and he was upset until I explained my plan. Then he just laughed and told me I had his full support. I walked into the First National Bank where Miriam worked. Coincidentally, she was in charge of new accounts. When I said I wanted to open an account, her smirk was very wide. "Are you trying to hide some money from your husband? About time. It must be difficult to keep him away from it. I never thought he would spend so freely. If I had that much, I would make sure he never touched it. You can open a senior account for as little as $50 and put any address you want on the checks," she said. I let her enjoy her moment of pride for just a moment before I said I needed to think about it. Next, I went straight to Mr. Snake, the senior officer. One of your account officers was rude to me. I was going to open several accounts here, but now I'm considering going back to my old bank. However, I wanted to see if you could give me a better offer. He had no idea about his son and daughter-in-law or how rude he had been at the pub. I laid out 3 checks, all certified, 2 from a company called Benbon, Inc., and 1 from Benny's personal account, each for $100,000. The man looked shocked and began talking about various account options. I let him ramble before steering the conversation back to what I needed. I picked up 2 of the checks. I'll give you 1 chance. Just 1. Have the account officer I spoke to handle the paperwork. She needs to be polite and understand that I expect privacy. If I hear even a hint that she has said something, I will close the account and you won't get any more of my business. I can promise you this is just the beginning. We could be talking millions here. Can you meet these expectations? He quickly agreed and called Miriam into the office. This woman wants to open an account. I expect you to treat her with the respect and privacy she deserves. Explain her options and give her good advice. You can use my office. Miriam looked surprised but tried to stay professional as she sat at the desk. How much would you like to deposit, ma'am? I placed the first check on the desk. I'd like this in a personal checking account. Your boss said it's the best option for me. Her eyes widened at the amount. I'd also like this one in a savings account. I put the second check down. And this one, why don't you just find the best option for it? She looked shocked and seemed a bit overwhelmed. Can you handle that, Mrs. Emerson? Or do I need to call for help? And remember, confidentiality is very important. If you say a word about this money, I will take it out and give it to your competitor. Do you understand? Not even your husband should know. Have a good day. I'll come back later to sign the paperwork. You'll recognize me by my new car, or maybe my older one. Since Benny bought them for me, I can't decide which one to drive. I didn't just walk out. I felt great leaving the office. How does your new husband compare to what you let go? I was in the Corvette, a 1973 model that went as fast as I dared to drive. It made me feel lively and young to be in such a car. I was amazed when he bought me the Mercedes, a nice sedan filled with features. This is for you. It suits you perfectly. The following week, he surprised me with the Corvette. Here, he said, handing me the keys. I was almost speechless. But this Mercedes is everything I've ever wanted. What could I do with the Corvette? His smile got even bigger. I didn't buy it for you. You're smart. You'll figure it out and you can decide how to manage it. I didn't completely understand what he meant, but after taking it for a spin, I fell in love. It was a manual drive, and I enjoyed changing gears. It handled well and had a lot of power. I had to take it easy. I didn't want to wear out the tires too fast. After using half a tank of gas, I decided it was time to go home, but not before stopping by Hilda's to take her for a ride. She walked around the car before jumping into the driver's seat and extending her hand. "Keys, please," she said firmly. I felt brave until she took us onto the highway and sped up. At 100, I was asking her to slow down, and at 120, I was shouting, "Scared?" she teased, before easing off to a safer 90. She kept saying how much fun she was having until we reached her house. "That car is incredible. I have one question. What does the vanity plate mean? Our state only needs a license plate on the back." I jumped out and hurried to the back of the car. I finally understood. When I got home, he was sitting on the porch swing. I jumped into his lap with excitement. "It's a good thing I'm not jealous. And be careful. Keeping up with 2 women can get expensive since we both like nice things. Here." I handed him a note I had written on the side of the road and went inside. "Dear sir, I love the car. Please be careful. It wouldn't look good for your wife to see someone else in such an expensive vehicle. People will talk. Now, I need to ask you to take care of something before we proceed. Let's just call this our first arrangement. You can set the terms, and I promise to agree to anything as long as it stays between us. Yours, Plum." He hurried to the bedroom when I got there, finding me waiting with a submissive posture. He was a bit sore for the next few days. We had Hilda, Jack, Sarah, and Jim over for a barbecue to explain where our money had come from. Saying they were surprised was an understatement. We gave them a preview of the book with clear instructions not to share it until the official release date, which was a week away. The book was already generating excitement. Saul and Beth had been working hard. Critics in New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles received copies a week early. The feedback was fantastic. Some were even eager to meet him first. Beth arranged for those coming from out of town to have a group interview, followed by private ones lasting 30 minutes each. It took 2 days and left Benny very tired. "Wow, Bonnie, they asked me everything but your bra size. It was exhausting," he complained. "Relax, honey. You knew this would happen. Just follow Etta's advice and you'll be fine." Etta James was a talented woman in her 40s who looked much younger. She was a semi-retired publicist and excellent at her job. Saul had recommended her. Her husband was facing health problems, so she chose to take care of him. Publicists have to travel a lot, so she shifted to working as a consultant on an ace-needed basis. Even now, she had to say no to some job offers. She helped him prepare for interviews, coaching him on how to handle tricky questions and what to say. Never share your home address or personal details beyond what's already public. Honestly, you might want to think about moving. Most people don't mean any harm, but if you're easy to find, they might just drop by. They won't see it as invading your space. They'll think you'd like to see how you've impacted them. The book had been out for 3 months, and Saul, his wife Agnes, Beth, Jen, Etta, her husband Farley, Grace, our lawyer, and her husband Will invited us for a dinner to celebrate and discuss business. Saul shared the latest news. "Universal called me today asking questions. I played hard to get, saying I wasn't sure you would agree to a movie, but if you decided to, we'd be open to their offer. Also, Oxygen wants to turn your first book into a movie of the week and has offered $300,000 for the rights." I flatly turned it down. In 3 months, it will likely be worth between $750,000 and $1 million, Beth chimed in with exciting news. The latest estimates say you could reach 500,000 copies sold by the end of the year, maybe even more. We were all speechless. The book was priced at $24, $95, and Benny got nearly $7 after costs. That added up to around $3.5 million. "I'd guess the movie rights could sell for double that," Saul said with a smile. "Plus, think about paperback publishing, pay-per-view, DVD sales, and rentals. You could see up to $15 million by next summer. By then, your revised third book will be out. Don't expect the same sales. It's not as strong, but you might still earn $3 to $4 million from it thanks to the popularity of this one." We enjoyed the celebration so much that we had to call a limo service to get home. The following day, after some recovery time, we had a serious discussion about the money. "Benny, would you like to sign a post-nuptial agreement? I'd be okay with it." He blushed deeply. "If Plum said that, I'd give her a piece of my mind. Don't start acting weird on me, Bonnie. I wouldn't even be here without you." I felt proud and didn't bring it up again. "Well then, love, what should we do with our money?" He shrugged. "I've never really thought about it. I never expected to have this much. We should think about our family. We have 9 grandchildren now, and college can be costly." "Absolutely. And soon it will be 10. Whitney called while you were in a meeting. She's having a girl in August." He smiled at the news. "I stand corrected. 10, and maybe more. We need to reach out to Grace. Didn't she mention her husband is great with finances? We need to look into a trust and make sure the money is safe no matter what happens. We thought about helping our kids with their homes if they were open to it. We also talked about getting a new house if we lost our privacy. I already had my 2 cars and Benny got a new truck, a big one with all the features. Other than that, we weren't sure what to do with the money. We considered assisting Sarah and Jim, Hilda and Jack, but we wanted to do it in a way that wouldn't upset them. To lighten things up, I teased Benny. "What about your friend? Be careful. I think she requires a lot of attention. I know you bought her a car. I thought I'd never hear about that. Seriously, a sports car? She must be really special." He smiled back, joking with me. I'm sorry, dear. She meets some needs I wouldn't bother you with. And if hers is that nice, then yours is even better a true treasure. Maybe I should show it a little more love. Are you coming to bed or should I call someone else? I responded playfully, wrapping my arms around myself. Come to bed, darling. I'll make you forget about anyone else. It was a bit of a challenge to pull someone to bed when they were pulling me too, but we managed. Word got out in our small town about Benny's success. It was hard to keep quiet when he was on many morning and late-night shows. We even appeared on Rachel Ray after Saul told her about his barbecue. He made some for her and shared his sauce recipe, though he kept the dressing recipes for the slaw and potato salad secret. His cornbread pancakes were a big success. He was featured on Ellen, who asked him if he was going to write about a popular talk show host and her equally popular partner. He scored points by saying he didn't do biographies and that real life often resembles a fairy tale more than people realize. He mentioned us as an example and had me come up from the audience. Ellen asked me what it was like to be married to such a famous author. I shrugged. I wouldn't know. I'm married to Benny. But to me, he's the best. Benny gave me a big kiss while the audience cheered. I ended up staying with him on the couch for the rest of the show. Unfortunately, people were either shy around us or treated us like we were different. It really hit me hard when I was at the pub. One of my rare outings, and friends I've known for decades acted like they didn't know me. What's wrong with you all? I played with many of you when we were kids, and now that Benny has done something amazing, I'm suddenly different? I don't need praise from fancy folks. I just want someone to tell me when I'm being silly without hurting my feelings. I looked at Hilda and Sarah. You two, I've loved you like sisters for so long. You're my closest friends in the world, and now you seem afraid to talk to me, if that's how you really feel. I lost it, started crying and tried to walk out. But Hilda, Sarah, and a couple more friends stopped me halfway across the room. They hugged me tightly and whispered apologies, pulling me back to the table. After we calmed down, Hilda smiled. Drama queen. We didn't mean anything bad. We thought now that you're rich, you wouldn't need us anymore. You made it clear that you still need us, and we are going to keep a closer eye on you. But you're paying for the drinks, money bags. We're a bit thirsty. Being friends with you takes work. Then we all laughed and acted like old times. I told them some funny stories about some famous people we had met, and they enjoyed that. Besides that, we did what women everywhere do when they gather, talk about our lives. Sarah had lost 20 pounds so far. For every 10 pounds, she treated herself to a new outfit. Jim was helping her keep up with it all. Hilda was learning about motherhood for the first time. Jack's 2 daughters had moved in with them by their choice. Her days were busy with soccer practice, school events, and other activities. She looked happier than I had ever seen her. The only thing I don't like is the lack of privacy, but their mom takes them away every weekend. We'd go a bit crazy if she didn't. Jack is as dedicated as Jim in helping me stay organized. She chuckled as she talked about a close call with the kids, and we all laughed. What about you, Bonnie? Is Benny still helping you out? I hung my head in pretend sadness. No, our schedule is usually too busy. So you have to handle it yourself? I looked up with a smile. No, I used some of his money to have it removed from my ankles to my neck. I have to say, I really love it. I could probably help you all out if you're interested. We could call it a birthday gift. Sarah quickly said no. She enjoyed the attention she got from it, saying it gave them time to talk. Hilda thought for a moment and said she'd have to ask Jack. Is it really that nice and smooth? Want to see? I teased. Come into the ladies' room and I'll show you my little surprise. I began walking that way. Hilda grabbed my hand. Not here. Just think about what could happen if someone saw us. I can imagine the headlines. Wife of world-famous author caught showing off in public restroom. Tattoo pictures on page 7. We all burst into laughter, but Hilda was closer to the truth than she realized. Etta gave us both several talks about how to behave in public. Everything you do in public could be taken the wrong way. Bad publicity can hurt your reputation and your wallet. If Benny wrote stories like 50 Shades of Grey, people might see him differently. But he is seen as a moral hero by many religious and conservative groups. It doesn't matter if that was his intention, that's how it turned out. So we made sure to behave well in public. We dressed nicely, spoke politely, and stayed calm. We often attended public events because he was very popular. It took some time to get used to all the cameras. In a surprising move, Benny went into the crowd of photographers and introduced himself, learning names and shaking hands. It must be hard to follow people around. How about you all come to our house next Saturday afternoon? Bring your families if you want. We enjoy spending time with family. You can take all the photos you want and have a nice meal. Just let me know how many are coming so I can prepare enough food. And please, don't drink too much if there are kids around. He asked each of them to take a group photo with him, then waved and went inside. They were so fascinated they missed other celebrities. When he heard it was someone's birthday, he invited a young singer to lead everyone in singing Happy Birthday. The guests were laughing when we entered. "Wow," said a well-known actor. "If I knew that being nice would work, I'd already be friends with half of them." He smiled and said, "I should bring them some drinks. It must be hot out in this sun." He got the waiters to gather some soft drinks and water. Most of the party followed him outside to shake hands, share drinks, and chat. After about 20 minutes, we went back in, getting waves and greetings. 10 minutes later, they left, satisfied with the photos they had taken. The next day, Beth called. "I got an interesting call from Etta earlier. She said what Benny did was very unusual. Is he really inviting them to our house?" "Yes," I replied, laughing. "Remember, it's a rental and we're moving out next week, so it's not a big deal. He is actually looking forward to it." "You know, Bonnie, I don't think people realize how observant Benny can be." "You're right," I agreed. "Even after 2 years, I'm still discovering new things about him." "Well, I'm sure Grace will call you. She'll probably want to be there. Saul and I will come too, just to keep an eye on things. I hope this goes well for him." After she hung up, I started to think about Benny. He was in the office of the house we rented just outside New York, actually getting some work done. I waited until he took a break before I spoke to him. "Are you sure about this, Benny?" He smiled. "Yes, these people, or more like them, will be watching us for a while until our 15 minutes of fame are finished. I'd rather have a good relationship than be hostile. After all, except for Plum and her little adventures, there's nothing about us that's exciting, and I won't mention her. I can already picture the headlines. Conservative author caught in scandal with his companion. News at 11. He burst out laughing, and I couldn't help but giggle too. We had about 30 paparazzi, partners, and around 15 kids of different ages come to the party. Benny spoke to them all before we started. "I know you'll bring your cameras and I appreciate the pictures, but please keep it reasonable. Try to relax and have a good time. We'll sit and answer questions for 15 minutes after everyone arrives. After that, I don't want to handle any more business. Let's just enjoy ourselves. If you can't do that, you might want to leave now." Nobody left. He answered all the good questions and ignored the rude ones. Grace felt proud. The house we rented had a security system. Grace wanted some upgrades and made sure everything was working. While most guests enjoyed the party, the cameras caught 2 people at different times going through our bedroom. One hid a small camera and another placed 3 listening devices in the house. What Benny did surprised everyone. He was serious and determined to take action. He held a press conference with national news present. Beth and Grace made sure they were there. He had the state attorney general and the sheriff of the county on the stage with him. He also made sure that all the paparazzi who attended the party were there. Most were happy to be treated with respect. He began the conference by acknowledging the paparazzi as professionals. "I hosted a party last week for many of these people here and found most of them to be honest and decent individuals. I started to wonder how they got such a bad name. Then I watched the security footage from that day. What I saw was upsetting and disappointing. While most were socializing, 2 people chose to break my trust." Two of the paparazzi tried to leave, only to find police officers waiting for them. A large screen turned on behind Benny, showing the two rummaging through drawers and closets and hiding the camera and listening devices. The room gasped collectively. Benny continued firmly. "I guess this is what I get for believing in the goodness of people. My friends here," he pointed to the attorney and sheriff, "share my concern about this behavior. I think they have some answers for these individuals. I want everyone to know that I hope they face the consequences for what they have done." He started to walk away from the microphone, but paused for a moment. "Here's something for you guys. What do you think of this story?" The police took them away as their colleagues took pictures. The Attorney General said he supported a new law to set limits on what the press can do, and that he would make sure it was followed. Many paparazzi apologized to him, both in person and publicly. They also became much more respectful and careful around him. When it was time to sell the movie rights, Saul and Grace became very valuable. They discussed it and decided to start a production company. This would give them more control and a bigger share of the profits. Saul brought together some talented people, mostly newcomers who had good experience in independent films. Then he let it be known that they were looking for partners, and the major studios quickly showed interest. In the end, they teamed up with Universal. Benny had talked to a woman who had directed several well-received independent films and came back to Saul and Grace. "Whoever we choose, she will be the director. No negotiation, okay?" They were surprised, but had to agree. Universal hesitated, but desperately wanted to make the film and eventually agreed. Many famous actors wanted a role, but they mainly chose newcomers, with a few well-known character actors. Security on set was strict, and all the actors had to sign agreements to keep details about the film a secret until it was released. A few actors and 3 production staff members were let go when they realized how serious the team was about protecting the film. The film premiered exactly 2 years after the book was published. It broke box office records for 6 months. 2 theaters worked together so that all 8 of their screens showed the film continuously, staying sold out for 3 weeks. The book became popular again, especially in paperback. It sold another 300,000 copies. By the end, over 5 million copies were sold worldwide. One of my most memorable moments was when we quietly entered a theater and watched the film with an audience. We had chosen not to see any previews or the final version before this. About 20 minutes in, many people were openly crying. Some even left the theater before it was over, overwhelmed with feeling. Benny and I shared their tears. Reading it was one thing, but seeing it brought it to life in a much stronger way. One national reviewer wrote a remarkable piece in his review. "I believe by now everyone has either read or watched Union of Souls, the big bestseller by Benny Henson. I was thinking recently about how it would have been received if it had been presented to a studio before its release. Let's pretend for a moment I have written a screenplay and I'm pitching it to a studio executive. The image of me on the right will be the writer, and the image of me on the left will be the executive." A split screen appeared. The writer on the right looked plain but neat. The executive on the left looked sharp and had his hair neatly styled. He began to speak. "So, tell me about your screenplay." The writer appeared nervous. "Well, it's a love story." "Good," the executive said. "Romance is popular right now, especially with some exciting scenes." There aren't any exciting scenes in it." "Really?" he said, surprised. "Well, we can add a few interesting moments and some hints." "Sorry, sir, that won't fit with the story." The executive frowned. "No exciting moments? This sounds a bit dull. Any action? Maybe a chase or some special effects?" The writer looked like he knew it wasn't going well. "No chases, no action scenes. The only special effect is really good makeup. There is just one moment of tension, with a boy and his friend in a disagreement. The script has a few mild words throughout. It's about a romance between a 15-year-old boy and a 13-year-old girl. They share 7 kisses in total. Most of the story is set in a hospital, and there probably won't be more than 50 people in the whole film, including extras. At the end, the girl passes away." He paused, collecting his thoughts. What this is a story of love, pure love, with a little growth along the way. The executive stared at him for a few moments. No excitement, no action, and she passes away in the end? The writer nodded. Get out of my office! That's the worst idea for a movie I've ever heard. If you pitch that to anyone else, they'll laugh you out of the business. The writer left, feeling sad. The clip returned to the reviewer. It's a good thing that never happened in real life. The movie would have never been made. Now, for my review, this may be the best movie I've ever seen, no matter the genre. The director, Agnes Moorehead, was truly brilliant. This will make her future films tougher. Every movie she makes from now on will be compared to this one and likely seen as less impressive. Unless you've been cut off from the world, you've either read the book or have heard about it. I'm not spoiling anything. By now, you know that the last 4.5 minutes of the movie are completely silent. I was surprised when I found out, and I wasn't sure it would work, but it's probably the most creative filmmaking I've ever seen. He paused, clearly emotional as he recalled the moment before continuing. The young boy is asleep when the machines monitoring his girlfriend start beeping. The sounds are startling as the doctors and nurses rush in. He is gently moved to one side while they work. As they begin, the film goes silent. 2 minutes later, the doctor shakes his head, speaks to a nurse, and checks his watch. He confirms the time of death. During this, we get brief glimpses of the boy. He starts shaking and eventually seems to tremble all over. A nurse, with tears in her eyes, tries to comfort him, but he pushes away and stumbles into the hallway where he kneels and cries out. You can't hear it, but you can feel his pain deep inside. Then the scene shifts to a mix of memories. We see her in the casket, at the funeral, and finally, a shot of the boy now grown up in his mid-20s with his new wife. They stand by her tombstone, crying together. They walk away, and the final image is the stone with the inscription, Kara Edwards Johnson, beloved wife and daughter, 19902-003. I thought instead of reviewing the rest, I'd let some audience members at a recent show share their thoughts. A clip plays of people leaving a theater. Most are crying or sniffling, many unable to speak. They asked 10 people and 3 offered comments. Beautiful was the most common word used. The scene returns to the reviewer. Now, my final thoughts. There were some really good films made this year. I feel sorry for them. If this film doesn't win the Oscars, I might reconsider my job. Best film, best director, it's basically a sure thing. Best actor and actress, best supporting actress, best screenplay, and best makeup. The music was created by the renowned Wiley Patterson and his wife. Moria sings the theme song with contributions from his family, Jenny Green and Freddie Johnson. He'll likely win for the score and songs. If there were an award for best janitor on a film set, he would be nominated too. And speaking of janitors, the writer, Benny Henson, makes a cameo in the film. He's the older janitor cleaning the floor when the boy stumbles out and kneels down. He helps the nurse get him back on his feet. Do I recommend the movie? No, I insist you see it. It stirred up deep emotions in me, and now I need a tissue. But before I go, I should mention that the only product tie-in for this movie is travel packs of tissues sold at theaters. Both major tissue brands teamed up for this. The packs are pink, and all profits will support cancer research. They expect sales to reach $11 million. It got so busy that theaters had to limit napkin use. Toilet tissue use rose by 30%. The movie also boosted book sales, bringing the total to 5 million worldwide. His revised third book generated over 4 million in sales, and Universal bought the rights for $1 million, adding 500,000 more on the condition they could option the sequel. Lifetime purchased the rights to his second book for $670,000 and allowed our production company to turn it into a film. Oxygen purchased the rights to the first book for $500,000 but decided to use their own team to film it. Benny worked on the sequel to the third book when he could between his travels and events. So when he finally had some free time, he completed it in 6 months, asking me to edit it as he finished parts. "It'll be easier for Beth to see it," he said, but I knew he just wanted me to be close. To our surprise, Beth made very few changes, gave me credit as the editor, and sent me a check. The book remained on the bestseller lists for 3 months. However, Benny didn't seem as happy as before all the success. He looked thinner and quieter. After finishing the sequel, he completed his commitment to Harbor House. To Beth's surprise, he decided not to sign another contract. "I will sign it, Beth. You have my word. But right now, I want to take a break and spend time with my family and friends. I'll call you in a few months, I promise." In late June, he shared this with everyone, including me. I was pleased because I had started to worry about his health. Then he surprised us again by renting a large place on a Pacific island for 3 months. He arranged for all our kids and some friends to fly out for 2 weeks. Beth and Jen came for a week, along with Saul, Agnes, Grace, Etta, and their husbands. We spent our time relaxing in the sand, enjoying nightlife in the capital, visiting open-air markets on other islands, and overall having a great time. We were taken aback when we saw that many women went without certain clothing items, including some in government. Hilda, Sarah, and I challenged each other until we figured out how to wear the local wrap and spent the rest of our time at the compound in a relaxed way. Soon, my daughters, in-law, Grace, Beth, Jen, and Etta joined in, as well as the children. The men adjusted quickly, except for Agnes. "Nobody wants to see an older woman not covered up." Saul teased her about it, and 3 days before leaving, she surprised us all at breakfast wearing only a wrap. She turned a bright shade of red while the men complimented her, yet she didn't cover up. By the next afternoon, her only complaint was a bit of sunburn. We even met the king, thanks to Mike Hogue, the real estate owner of the compound. He was a tall man with long, platinum blonde hair held back with a headband, wearing the local wrap. The women were impressed, and the men were equally taken with his companions, a tall blonde and a shorter Hispanic woman. When everyone returned home, we kept the kids, 16 of them, aged 3 to 17. We hired 2 nannies who stayed until school began. By then, the kids had embraced the local style and returned home with beautiful tans. Mike Hogue loved children and often visited us. He was very popular, especially among the younger crowd. I wondered why, at his age, he didn't have a family of his own. We returned home feeling relaxed and sun-kissed. I knew Benny spent 2 hours each day in the office working. That was all the time he would allow himself. The rest of the day was for family. Back in our hometown, we still owned my house and our little place that we loved. True to Etta's words, we had to move because we needed more privacy. We bought 30 acres on the other side of the county with a long private driveway. 6 acres were fully fenced in with tall chain-link fencing featuring privacy slats. The property had a modern security system with cameras everywhere. There was even a small guardhouse with 2 security guards on duty around the clock. You would be surprised how many people, not just curious fans, tried to get in. We even caught 2 men trying to sneak in to hold us for ransom. They were sentenced to 5 years for their plan. If you were not on the list, you could not enter. Even if you were on the list, you needed to show your ID, and it had to match what we had on file. The property had a large pond where Jack and Jim often went fishing. Hilda, Sarah, and I would sit on the patio with a pitcher of drinks and relax while we chatted about our lives. Benny was busy writing something he wouldn't show me yet, which made me think it was important. He sent a piece to Beth, which led to a phone call. "Where did this come from? Wow! This could be really big, even though it's different from your last work. How close are you to finishing it?" "Less than halfway," he replied, laughing. "I'm having trouble with some scenes. I think I'll ask Bonnie for help. She's better at those than I am." Beth was curious, so he told her about the stories I was writing and the website. She called me the next day. "I read your story last night. Wow, it was exciting. Jen read it too, and we had to try out a few scenes. Ever thought about turning it into a book?" I was surprised, but quickly asked if she was serious. "Absolutely. It's a thoughtful version of those popular stories, but even more exciting." Interested? Of course I was, so I began writing a book that made me famous, but it nearly cost me everything I cherished. I liked the reverend at my church. He was slightly younger than me, in his late 40s, and one of the most sincere people I had ever met. He had a mentor, an older preacher in his 60s, who had welcomed him to his first church. This mentor guided him, helping him avoid various challenges and temptations. After retiring, he started an evangelical society, organizing events in local stadiums and community centers. Robert, my preacher, was proud of his growing success and even lent a hand from time to time. Brother Jim, as he liked to be called, seemed to grow bigger in both size and fame. The old cheap suits and faulty sound systems were gone. Now he wore fine suits and used modern sound and lighting equipment fit for big events, like football stadiums. He even bought some time on a local TV station to air a show for an hour. One Sunday he preached at my church, and Robert, who was a bit jumpy, seemed anxious. I noticed Jim's fancy suit and his shining silver hair, which looked impressive against his tan, especially for February. He interacted with people with a charm that felt both skilled and natural, almost like an old-time traveling salesman. When we shook hands, I felt an instant dislike, and I made sure to keep my distance. Later, during a special collection for his campaigns, I hid a penny in a $5 bill. I hoped the person counting the money would get the hint. 4 months later, the news broke. He was under federal investigation and faced many charges. Some young people came forward trying to profit from the situation. He had been involved with several individuals, sometimes without their agreement or when they were underage. Eventually, he was charged with several serious crimes. He accepted a plea deal when a potential murder charge was mentioned and went to prison at 67, facing at least 20 years before he could ask for parole. Robert was heartbroken. About 6 weeks later, he gave a sermon about moral character and temptation. Temptation, both big and small, surrounds all of us. I have noticed that regular people often manage it well throughout their lives. They understand the consequences and are rarely pushed beyond their limits. But when someone reaches a level of success that lifts them above the rest, their true character shows. Most of us struggle with that kind of success. Just look in the news any day. You'll see celebrities, athletes, politicians, and even, sadly, religious leaders who fall. It really hurts to see these people, often at the peak of their careers, stumble. They should be thankful for the gifts they have, but instead waste their success through poor choices. My sincere advice to you all is to remember this message if success comes your way. I pray that you find the strength to stay grounded during those times. I have thought about that sermon a lot lately, wishing I had listened more closely. I didn't fully understand what Benny had to deal with. Following Beth's instructions, I removed all my stories from the site. You can't share your work if you want to sell it. I created a new outline and revised the stories to make sure they flowed well together. The last 4 chapters were completely new. Even though the story was mostly finished, it took 6 months to finish writing, plus another 3 for editing and revisions before it was ready to publish. I worked with the same team as Benny, Beth, Saul, Etta, and Grace. Saul and Beth loved it. Grace said it wasn't really her favorite, while Etta just smiled and humorously called me a very cool older woman. The excitement they created, along with my clear connection to Benny, helped a lot. When the book came out, it took only 3 months to reach the bestsellers list. At one point, Benny's new book and mine were ranked 2nd and 3rd. Etta even helped us get on Sunday morning, where people praised us as a strong couple in the literary world. Mo Roca interviewed us, spending 2 days at our home before bringing in the cameras. Benny even showed him how to catch fish and prepare them. Mo didn't seem to mind, but he confessed he didn't really like the taste. It made for great footage, though. The interview went smoothly. Mo asked us about our current books and shared a bit about our past. Then he asked me a big question with a grin. Are the characters in your book based on real people? Maybe you and Benny? I felt my face turn red while Benny chuckled softly. He answered for me. Yes and no, Mo. We're not a young, fit couple in our 30s, but we've had our good times. The truth is we're just a small-town couple in our 50s. As much as we would like to do some of the things in the novel, we're not as quick or flexible anymore. Bonnie has a great imagination and seems to really understand that lifestyle, which makes it believable. I couldn't have said it better myself. When we were home, which wasn't as often as I would like, we rarely went out and mostly spent time with close friends. Unfortunately, we had become less trusting than we used to be. Hilda lost her job during the economic downturn, and things were tough financially for them. It was sad when the mother of the twins left without a word and stopped her child support payments. We knew we had to be careful not to hurt their feelings, but we came up with a plan. Hilda had once been an assistant for a textile executive, so I offered her a job. I genuinely needed help, and she was a great fit. Part of her job included housing. Their apartment was too small for 2 teenage girls, so we moved Hilda into my old house rent-free. She cried for 2 days while her husband felt both embarrassed and thankful. "Don't worry about it," I told them as they moved in. "It's better for a house to be lived in than to sit empty. This way I know it's taken care of." Sarah had finally lost 30 pounds, but her husband wanted her to stop. "I want there to still be enough of you to hold on to," he said, gently embracing her. "I loved you before, and I love you now. So please stop." I was busy with publicity, doing television shows and book signings. Benny was out promoting his new book, even though he didn't really need to because of his fame. He always said you should remember the people who helped you succeed, so he kept up with the routine. He did his best to rearrange his schedule to be in the same city as me, but it didn't happen often. We spent longer periods apart for the first time in our marriage, and neither of us liked it. Hilda couldn't come with me because of the kids, so Etta sent one of her assistants along when I traveled. Her husband was feeling better, so she took on more work. I wasn't too fond of the assistant. Beverly seemed a bit too eager. One evening I was at a signing. It was my 5th event in 4 days, and I was tired and missing some cues. One man, a big guy who didn't seem well-groomed, came through the line twice. The second time he smiled and asked, "Do you feel it? The connection, I mean." "I feel a connection to all my readers," I replied, fatigue showing in my voice. Once the event ended, I spent time chatting with the bookstore owners and called Beverly to pick me up. I relaxed with a cup of coffee, thinking she should be arriving any time, so I stepped outside into the warm spring air. I didn't see him coming. Suddenly, I found myself being lifted off my feet and taken toward a van before I could react. Beverly pulled into the parking lot, saw what was happening, and quickly blocked the van with her car, honking the horn. After securing her doors, she called for help. He tried to pull me away, but I resisted with everything I had. I bit his hand, and when I did, he let me go and ran off. The police traced the van and caught the man the next day. I went to the hospital for a checkup and stayed for 24 hours. He was later declared unfit for trial and sent to a mental health facility for 3 years. Benny dropped everything to come to me. It really scared both of us. He thought I needed extra protection and talked to Mike Hogue. 2 days later, a tall, gentle man named Mark arrived. He had a background in the military and police, but had left due to an injury. He was in great shape as long as he didn't have to push himself too hard. Mike had met him on a vacation, and they had become friends. After his career and marriage ended, he needed work, so Mike hired him. I think Mark was more of a contractor rather than an employee for Mike. He was tall, charming, and skilled. We set up a way to communicate, and he would stay in the background unless I needed him. There were some awkward moments, but usually just a look from Mark would resolve things quickly. I was changing. Looking back, I realize it wasn't for the better. When people around you are eager to please, your inclination to take advantage grows. I think what really happened is I went from a happy homemaker to someone who felt entitled. The fame and power became overwhelming. Benny noticed the change and tried to talk to me. Believe just half of what you hear and see, dear. Remember that most of the people around you are not really your friends. They want something from you. I never drank much before, but now I had started having 1 or 2 drinks at night to help me sleep. Soon I was having them earlier to unwind. I probably wouldn't have said what I did if I hadn't been on my fourth drink that evening. Beverly warned me this would happen, I just didn't listen. He looked puzzled. What did she say would happen? That you would feel upset about my success, that you would be jealous. I can still picture his reaction clearly. I do feel jealous. It's because your success takes time away from us. But I'm proud of what you've achieved. You deserve your recognition. Hearing that made me feel guilty, and the old version of me emerged. I'm sorry, dear. I don't understand how you cope. I will be grateful when my time in the spotlight is over. He eased up a bit and started to massage my feet, something I had really missed. I sighed in comfort. Good. I have other projects that need your help that don't involve any writing, like the studio, for example. He had already finished his book tour and was taking a break from writing for a while. He still made notes, but he wasn't serious about new projects. Beth was slightly worried since he still owed one more book to the house, but he reassured her. I'm not working on anything new right now, Beth, but I have one ready. I just need you to work your magic on it. She insisted on seeing it, but he told her it needed a bit more refining before it was ready, and since he had 6 months to submit it, he wasn't in a rush. He had a new passion, making films and television shows. He discovered a set of 3 large buildings that had become empty when the economy declined and businesses moved overseas. We inspected them, with Hilda helping us get a good deal, and relocated our production company to our hometown. The smallest building was for offices. The next was divided into small rooms for editing film and sound, plus one small sound stage. The biggest space was divided into 2 larger areas. We became one of the largest employers in town, especially when counting the extra staff we often brought on board. Benny hired 3 young and talented writers to work on his latest projects. One evening, while missing me, he revisited some of the older stories on the website where we first started. About 2/3 of the stories were not very good, but the other third had some excellent tales. He focused on the best ones, contacted the top 2 websites, and made a deal. In return for a small share of his company, they would reach out to the writers he liked and offer them the chance to see their stories on TV, for a proper fee, of course. He chose 4 of the best stories, turning 2 into hour-long shows, 1 into a movie, and the last into a 4-part miniseries. He partnered with HBO, believing it was the best match for their style. One of the hour-long shows did poorly, but the other and the movie did fairly well. The miniseries was a big success. HBO agreed to make 20 more hour-long shows, 3 movies, and 4 miniseries based on stories from those websites. He assigned each of his main writers to a specific team. One handled the movies, another worked on the shows, and the last focused on the miniseries. The housing market in our town became one of the hottest in the country. Since many of the stories were for adults, most content had mature themes. However, he found a few appropriate stories in other areas that he successfully pitched to different networks. He encouraged as many family members as possible to join us. They slowly came over, worried it might not last. But when our production company won an Emmy for the miniseries and another for writing one of the movies, nearly all of our children moved back home. We bought part of the old farm next to us and turned it into a family compound, complete with private roads and security. I was making good money from my book, though not as much as Benny, but still a respectable amount. I placed it into trust funds for our grandchildren. Their college expenses were already covered, so it would provide a nice savings for a house or anything else they wanted in life. I was home for 2 weeks before heading out for the last part of my book tour. As I walked around the film complex, I was amazed at how much it had changed over the past few months. I found Benny in his office. "Can we afford all this? How much money do we have now?" I asked. He looked at me and smiled, still surprised by how little money worried us. "I'm not sure. Will hired 2 full-time people so he could focus on us. He wants us to come up once a month for a review, but I haven't had time this month. Want to fly to New York, see a show, and catch up?" It sounded like a great plan. We spent 4 days with our friends, enjoyed 2 shows, and visited some nice restaurants. It was the most relaxed we had felt in a long time. Plum even made a quick and surprising appearance. I had been working on my fitness a bit and was getting back in shape. While I was showering before heading out, Benny was meeting with Saul and Beth, so I had some time to myself. I took a good look at myself. Even though I was a little softer, I was still in good shape, especially for my age. I smiled as I traced the small tattoos on my skin. I shook my head at the silly thoughts creeping in. I could almost hear Plum's voice in my mind. "That's the difference between us. You're thinking too much, and I have a different viewpoint," she teased. I felt a little silly arguing with this imaginary side of myself. "And sometimes, it's not just about romance. It's about connection," I continued. I sighed, feeling uneasy. Our romantic life had slowed down a lot lately due to time apart, work demands, and plain tiredness. "Okay, I get it, Plum. I'll give you a chance. But remember, while you may have his attention right now, I know he cares for me too. Eventually, he'll come back." I felt Plum's cheerful response in my thoughts. "Keep believing that. If you tell yourself often enough, you might convince yourself. Now, I have to get ready. Someone special is coming over." One of the best things about having money and being in New York City is the ability to get what you want whenever you want. I made a few phone calls, took a cab to my destination, and went shopping. I visited a top-notch shop where privacy was respected. If they didn't have what I was looking for, it likely didn't exist. There were whispers that for an extra cost, you could find someone to cater to your every desire. I picked a few items, placed some special orders, and returned to the suite before Benny finished his meetings. I sent him a quick message. "I'll take care of dinner tonight. Plum is back unexpectedly. It seems I thought I was done with that." I added, "I won't be around, so enjoy her while you can. Maybe if you keep busy, she'll leave soon after." When I told him to come by 7, I could hear Benny rushing down the hallway, calling my name as he arrived at the suite. I didn't answer, and his voice took on a more urgent tone. "Plum, where are you?" he called. "I'm in the bedroom," I replied, trying to sound calm. "I'd come out, but... well, I'm a bit tied up at the moment." I wasn't just a bit tied up, I was completely restrained, following his instructions precisely. I had set everything up, securing each strap carefully, knowing that I wouldn't be able to move until someone else came to release me. The room was softly lit with candles, creating a warm, inviting glow. I had prepared everything. The setup included a small table with an assortment of snacks and a few items that I thought he'd find interesting. I hoped he'd like what he saw. Benny entered and paused, looking around the room, taking it all in with a grin. His attention shifted to one of the devices on the table, something he picked up with curiosity. "And this is?" he asked with a knowing smile. It's just a little something special," I replied, feeling a bit shy. He chuckled at my reaction and set it aside, looking amused. After a few more moments, he joined me at the bed, taking a seat nearby. He was calm and steady, watching me with interest as I stayed still, unable to move or speak much in response. For a while, he simply sat there, enjoying the quiet, occasionally reaching out to gently touch my shoulder or hold my hand. Eventually, he began talking about his day and our plans for the next morning. His voice relaxed and comforting. I felt calm and safe, lying there with him nearby. Finally, he undid the straps and helped me up, wrapping a soft blanket around my shoulders. I was tired, but the kindness he showed made me smile. He helped me get comfortable, and we talked quietly until I felt myself drifting off to sleep. In the morning, I found light marks from the straps on my wrists and ankles, which reminded me of the intensity of the experience. But I smiled at the memory. Benny was already up, making coffee and preparing breakfast. He greeted me warmly, and we shared a quiet meal, reflecting on the evening with humor and warmth. The day stretched ahead, and I looked forward to more simple moments spent together. When he finally stepped back, he asked casually, "So, my little Plum, what do you want to do?" I looked up at him with eager eyes. "Everything, please, over and over." That seemed to make him happy because that's exactly what he did. The next morning, he told me he had a backup plan just in case he needed it. I really appreciate modern medicine, don't you? We returned home feeling satisfied, refreshed, and happier than we had been in a long time. I had another week off, and we spent almost all of it together. We even locked the door to his office at the studio and had some fun there. I was amazed at how much money we had. Will was doing an incredible job. He laughed as he reviewed the figures. I was really glad when Benny started the film studio. You guys needed to show some losses. But now, you're earning more from it than from your writing. I think you should start a charity to help with your taxes. Our hometown and state were giving us a great tax break because of the studio. Of course, we created many full-time jobs, with hundreds more part-time jobs when you consider extras. We supported 2 restaurants with our food services, and many local police worked for us part-time for security. Nearly every business in town benefited in some way. While other places were still recovering from the recession, our area was thriving. We paid well, too, offering top wages to everyone involved. I chuckled when Benny said it felt like we were buying loyalty. Of course we are, honey. That's how business works, or at least how it used to. Pay well, offer good benefits, and create a nice work environment, and you'll attract the best. We got involved in the community by funding safety gear for the local police. We also asked the county to place a fire department branch near the studio and covered the costs for the building and equipment. We put one of his sons, Greg, and one of my daughters, Amy, in charge of our charitable projects. They enjoyed it at first, but soon got tired of the constant requests. One man even asked us to remodel his house to make a good impression for visitors. They kindly suggested that instead we could buy his house at a fair price and turn the space into a garden for everyone. He left the meeting very upset. I also lost Hilda as an assistant. She came to us with a plan. Our local economy was thriving. Many people were moving here for jobs and the great schools. This was one of Benny's favorite projects. We had given a lot to the local schools, and they were praised as the best in the state. When my daughter Whitney couldn't find a teaching job nearby due to budget cuts, he stepped in to help make up the difference. He also arranged for Amy and Greg to deliver 2 to 4 truckloads of school supplies to every school based on their size. No teacher needed to buy their own supplies anymore unless they wanted something special. He provided a tablet and a laptop for every junior and senior high student, about 2,300 in total. The teachers received the best models, and he covered the service fees and internet access to keep everything running. This made physical textbooks unnecessary, and the county ended up donating them to another school system. Hilda presented us with some important facts and figures. The housing market is struggling, making homes and apartments difficult to find and very expensive. Here's what I think you should do. She shared a plan for 3 10-story apartment buildings, each with 122 3-bedroom apartments. She also had a smaller plan for 1-bedroom and studio apartments for singles and couples without children. Additionally, she proposed 2 housing developments, one with 60 homes and another with 40. There were even plans for a small shopping center located between them all, plus 2 parks, one with sports fields. We were taken aback. "What does all this have to do with us?" I finally asked, trying to catch my breath. She looked at me as if I didn't understand. "Everything. You're the largest employer, so your workers, and in turn, you will benefit. Plus, you have the most resources in the area. You can afford to make this happen or at least help finance it. If you don't, someone else will. And we don't know what their plans will be. Uncontrolled development could harm our community, and land prices will soar, leading to crowded schools. This way, even if we can't control everything, we can at least reduce some of the negative effects." We considered her ideas, reviewed the numbers, and checked with Will and Grace. Will thought it was a great plan, but Grace was uncertain. "You're turning it into a company town. Is that really a good idea? What if you lose your tax incentives? Would you leave? Do you want that kind of influence over the community?" Benny was troubled. "I don't want to control the community. I just want a nice, clean, safe place to live. Is that wrong?" Grace took his hand and said, "No, Benny, it isn't. I just want you to be aware that some people might react negatively. They admire success and are happy to see a local person do well, but too much success can make them uncomfortable. It really is a solid plan and could be very profitable. Just be cautious, okay? Benny agreed to think about it. 3 days later, he called Hilda and gave her the go-ahead, but with a few conditions. We will only work with local contractors and suppliers. This is their home, too. Also, contact some of the best real estate companies and offer them a small share of the projects, if they can manage it. I want as many locals as possible involved in this. Another thing, bring in Jim and Sarah. Jim used to be a project manager at his old construction company until it closed down. He'll be quick to spot any problems. Start slowly and keep it low-key. And check with the city and county in private meetings if you can. If they're against it, we won't be able to move forward. I was surprised by the reaction once our plans were approved and shared with the public. The negative response Grace predicted came in strong. They even created a website called Say No to Henson City. Benny was really upset about it. He tried to hide his feelings, but everyone close to him could see through it. He even went to a county commission meeting and announced he would be there, which led to them moving the meeting to a bigger venue to accommodate the crowd. Most of the commissioners were pleased with how things were going. The county was financially stable, the economy was thriving, and unemployment was under 3%, the best in the state. However, two were against nearly everything Benny wanted to do. One felt jealous of Benny's success, and the other had a strong dislike for him. That second commissioner was Tom, who was married to Benny's ex-wife, the woman who had left him for Tom while they were still married, believing Tom would give her a better life. Before Benny found success, there had been snide remarks and hidden disrespect directed at him. I had put a bit of money into Tom's bank just after Benny's career took off, a small part of what we had then. I took satisfaction in making Miriam do all the paperwork. I wanted to show them that they would never be in Benny's league. Tom's family mostly owned and controlled the bank. After that, I didn't deposit any more money in there. When a new credit union opened in town, offering better services at lower rates, the bank lost quite a bit of business. Tom and Miriam clearly noticed that we were significant supporters of the credit union, having moved most of our assets there to help get it started. By the time the credit union was up and running, we had nearly forgotten about Tom and Miriam. They, however, had not forgotten about us. The meeting quickly became heated. Before Benny could state his case, Tom and the other commissioner launched their attacks. "This is absurd!" shouted Tom. "Why should we give in to this arrogant person? Does money make you powerful?" I wanted to remind him that he might have thought so while he was trying to win Miriam over, showing her a life of luxury. They had looked down on him every chance they had. How does it feel to be on the bottom? I wondered. I kept quiet while he talked, following the plan our lawyers and publicists had set for us. "Excuse me, Tom, but how have I been arrogant? I'm still Benny. I still live here and go to the same diners and restaurants as everyone else. I was just lucky enough to earn a lot of money, but I don't use it to make people do what I want. I don't attach strings to anything I do. I give a lot back to this community because they often need it. In return, I ask for nothing except maybe a thank you once in a while. Like I said, I live here. I'll live here until I die. This is my home. Don't you care about improving the community? Doesn't your bank give loans every day for new houses and businesses? Don't you think these things make it a better place to live? In the end, I'm doing the same as you investing in the future. Maybe my way is a bit different, but isn't the goal the same? As for the building plans, even you will agree new housing is needed, and I haven't seen anyone else trying to solve this. Do we really want these people living elsewhere and commuting here to work? But how about this? Let's put it to a public vote right now. I ask every commissioner here to vote honestly. Don't worry about whether it's good for Benny. Think about whether it's good for the county. I'll respect your decision no matter what." Of course, the commissioners postponed the vote, smart enough to let everyone share their thoughts first. The outcome was pretty clear. 9 of the 12 commissioners were already in favor. In the end, the vote was 10-2. You can guess who voted no. Tom and another commissioner left in anger. Benny didn't say anything, but I could tell he felt a bit hurt by all the negativity. I did my best to comfort him, and I think it helped a little. 2 days later, I was off on the last part of my book tour, which lasted 3 months and included stops in Mexico and Canada. The book was doing well. 7 months later, it was still near the top of the charts. Beth was pushing me for a sequel, but I wasn't so sure about that. I was a guest on Ellen's show, and she teased me for not bringing Benny along, then asked if our production company was planning to make a movie. I don't know if anyone will want to film it as it is. It has dark themes, so the highest rating it could get would be restricted. What about that other popular book that just got made into a movie? It's been a hit. Couldn't you do something along those lines with yours, maybe change the color theme? The way she said it made everyone laugh. I have to admit, Ellen, that I've never read that book. I might or might not watch the movie when it comes out on DVD. It was very successful, so I want to congratulate the writer. I'm just not ready to see my book as a movie. I stopped for a moment. That said, our company does have the rights to the film. Maybe someday, who knows? We chatted a bit more about the production company and what Benny and I hope to do in the future. I wanted to return to my happy life and try to convince Benny to slow down a bit. Just 6 more weeks, I thought. 6 more weeks until the tour was over and I could go back to my real life. I was really looking forward to it. The pressure was starting to weigh on me. Constant travel was getting old, and the routine of hotel rooms and bookstores was wearing me down. I had stopped exercising, watched too much TV, and was drinking more than usual. My new assistant seemed to understand. My first assistant, the cheerful one, had left to get married, which I was secretly happy about. Benita was in her 30s, confident, ambitious, and eager to move up. She saw me as a way to do that. Mark didn't like her from the start. He told me later that she reminded him of some not-so-good people he had dealt with in his police work. "Be careful, Ms. Bonnie," he said in his soft southern voice. "I think Benita is more focused on her own goals than what's best for you." I should have listened to Mark. Looking back, I like to think I was still kind-hearted and wanted to give her a chance. It turns out she wasn't a good person at all. I found out she was trying to make a deal with another publisher to get my next book for a better job and some extra money. The problem was that she did this without telling me. I had already decided my writing career was done, and if I did want to write again, I was loyal to my friend and her publishing company. Finally, the book tour was finished, and I was going home. I hadn't spoken to Benny in 6 days. I was tired, distracted, and frustrated with the Benita situation, so I didn't even think to call him. Looking back, I should have noticed something was wrong since we usually talked at least once a day. Benita did not take her firing well, and once her actions were revealed, others were wary of hiring her. She blamed me for her troubles while pretending to apologize for the misunderstanding. I was finally home. I tried to call Benny twice, but it went to voicemail. That didn't seem strange because he often turned off his phone during meetings. I waved at the security guards at the entrance to our compound. I didn't know them, but the security company often changed the staff to prevent reporters and others with agendas from trying to get information from them. We had security cameras set up all around our house and yard, as well as at my family's homes. When they returned home, the indoor cameras stopped working, and some outdoor ones were turned off for privacy. It felt sad that being rich and famous wasn't as joyful as it seemed. We also had 2 guards who walked around to keep an eye on things because there had been another attempt to kidnap one of the grandchildren. Now guards were there to take them to and from school. I entered the house, dropping my bags and letting out a sigh of relief. I still missed our little house, but this new place had its perks. First, it was very big. The grandchildren often stayed over, and now that the older ones were in their preteens and teens, they really enjoyed the pool, especially the waterfall and wave features. Benny wasn't one to spend much on himself, but he loved to spoil the grandkids. The house also had a great outdoor kitchen, with many gadgets that most people didn't have. Off to the side, Benny proudly kept his old cooker, a converted oil drum that had been used for many years. Every few months, he would cook. I'm not sure how everyone found out, but we usually ended up with a full house of guests. Mike Hogue would visit now and then, playing with the kids, eating a lot, and relaxing with different lovely women. Nothing seemed serious with him, though people said he had been engaged once but got his heart broken. Sometimes Wiley and Moira Patterson would come with their group of red-headed girls and a little boy with auburn hair. We had a guest house for them, but their younger kids and ours often found cozy spots to sleep. Most of the time, we'd light a fire in the pit, and they would pull out their guitars. I would sit back and enjoy as two top entertainers sang fun songs with the kids. Our grandchildren would have stories to share with their kids when they grew up. Their oldest girl wanted to work in film someday, and Benny promised her an internship when she was old enough. We assured Moira and Wiley that she would be well taken care of, even offering for her to stay with us. This made her very happy. They said they would think about it, sharing playful glances when she wasn't looking. I stood there, taking it all in. I was home. Benny still wasn't answering his phone, so I shrugged, hoping he would arrive soon. Knowing I was alone, I changed into my swimsuit and jumped into the pool, half hoping Benny would come home soon. After swimming for a while, I got out, dried off, and opened the bar to make a pitcher of margaritas. As time went on and Benny still didn't come back, I began to feel tipsy. When the first pitcher was empty, I made another, spilling a bit and adding a little too much alcohol. Benita Smith was fuming as she woke up alone, frustrated that Benny wasn't there when she needed him. Meanwhile, Benita had been harboring resentment for quite some time. Losing her job after her underhanded tactics came to light had left her with no prospects in the publishing industry. Her reputation was ruined, and mainstream publishers wouldn't touch her. Accepting her own nature, she admitted to herself that she didn't care who she had hurt or betrayed. Her focus was on getting even with the Hensons, who she blamed for her downfall. Determined to follow through, she used her last bit of money to travel back to her hometown. Upon arrival, she was surprised to find that her name was still on the visitor list at the Hensons' private property. A car followed her along the secluded road leading to the estate, but she paid it little mind. The security guard on duty assumed the car was part of her party and allowed them both entry. In another part of town, Tom, Marion, and their lawyer Bob found themselves in a difficult spot. The bank they were associated with was quickly losing business to a new savings and loan that had recently opened. With the Hensons holding a significant amount of assets at their bank, the situation was growing critical. Tom knew that if the Hensons decided to move their remaining assets, nearly $20 million in various accounts, it would be a significant blow to their bank's stability. The three of them, once close to the Hensons but now estranged, debated their next move. Marion, who had once been married to Benny, was reluctant from the start. "Look at us," she said. "Tom, you're the one who stole his wife. Bob, you tried to strip him of everything he had for my sake. And I'm the one who left him for what I thought was a better deal. Why would he ever help us now?" Tom's temper flared at Marion's words, especially when she expressed regret over her decision to leave Benny. "If anything, you did Benny a favor by leaving," he snapped. "If you'd stayed, he might never have found the success he has now. You did him a favor by breaking his heart. He's better off because of it." Marion fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words, but feeling the sting of her choices. Bob shook his head, unwilling to dwell on the past mistakes that had brought them to this moment. The three of them, still frustrated and divided, set off to figure out a way to confront the situation they had created, hoping for a resolution that might save them from financial ruin. He carefully maneuvered the car down the winding road, focusing on their destination, while the atmosphere in the car was filled with tense anticipation. As they neared the Hensons' property, a surprising event occurred without much trouble. Benita was allowed through the security gate. This ease of access astonished her, but she carried on confidently, her mind sharp with the determination to turn this visit to her advantage. In a second car, Tom, Marion, and Bob followed closely. They were surprised that the security guard assumed they were accompanying Benita and waved them in as well. Each of them felt a mixture of curiosity and unease about what they might find at the Hensons' estate, especially since they were hardly on good terms with their hosts. When they reached the main house, they cautiously stepped out and looked around, unsure of where to go next. The house was quiet, and no one came to greet them. Benita, already deep in thought, noticed that the front door was slightly ajar and pushed it open. "She's probably by the pool," Marion muttered, her voice tinged with resentment as she remembered seeing the luxurious estate featured in a magazine. As they moved through the house and into the backyard, they finally spotted Bonnie by the pool, seemingly asleep on a lounger, completely unaware of their presence. Benita stopped short, stunned by the sight, and then quickly took out her phone. Without a second thought, she began snapping photos, thinking these images could be her ticket to a new opportunity with one of those tabloid magazines. The others watched in stunned silence as Benita took her photos and quietly left, satisfied with her prize. But Marion, feeling emboldened, pulled out her own phone and began taking a few discreet pictures as well. Bob frowned and shook his head. "What are you doing?" he asked, a hint of caution in his voice. Marion shrugged. "Just gathering some leverage. With these photos, we might be able to persuade Benny to keep his accounts with our bank. We can use the threat of releasing them to secure his business and maybe even turn things around for us." Bob crossed his arms, uneasy. "You do realize this is unethical and probably illegal, right?" he warned, glancing at her with concern. Marion didn't respond, focused instead on her plan to secure their future. Tom, equally conflicted, simply stood by, realizing that they had crossed a line, but uncertain of where this path would ultimately lead. "If you get caught, things will not go well for you, and it could get very serious." "Do you have a better plan?" Tom asked. "You have a lot invested, too." Tom asked Miriam to move her legs a bit wider. He took a marker from his briefcase, laughing as he scribbled Tom's across the top of a name. In a burst of inspiration, he reached under Miriam's dress and did something messy, smearing it around in a careless manner. Unconscious, with the mess on her, Bonnie looked very vulnerable. They were admiring their actions when sudden screams rang out. Hilda and Sarah had seen Bonnie's messages and rushed over to see their friend. They were curious about the car in the driveway, but hurried to the patio, which was Bonnie's favorite spot. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the trio near Bonnie. At the first scream, they fled the house. Hilda, being the more sensible one, called for help, asking for police and an ambulance. Bonnie began to wake up, but Hilda made sure she remained still until help arrived. The officers sped past the trio while they drove, their nerves increasing. Suddenly, one of the police cars turned around and followed them with lights flashing. "Clear your phones, quick!" Bob shouted. Tom smiled, having already cleared his and Miriam's phones after saving everything to his computer. He couldn't resist sending Benny a picture of Bonnie, clearly in a bad situation. The message read, "Another win for me." They pulled over, and the officer approached to ask for ID. Once that was done, he began his questions. "Were you at the Henson house a few minutes ago?" Bob did all the talking. "Yes, officer, we were there to handle some paperwork." He held up an envelope they had brought. "But when we arrived, Mrs. Henson was unavailable, so we decided to leave. Is there a problem?" Officer Graham looked at him, struggling with his feelings. Bob often defended those who did wrong and had a knack for getting them off the hook. Things had not gone well for Tom before, but he was now dealing with a better situation at a new bank. "I'm not sure if there's a problem, sir. Would you mind coming back to the house? I think we can sort this out quickly and you can be on your way." Bob felt uneasy and tried to sound confident. "We're important members of the community, with meetings and commitments. We don't have time for this." Officer Graham cut him off. "I suggest you make time, sir. If you don't come with me willingly, I will call for backup and will ensure you return. Please cooperate and follow me. Your choice." Complaining about legal actions, they turned back. Hilda wouldn't let Bonnie leave until the ambulance arrived. They took samples and did tests. Bonnie started to understand what was happening, feeling embarrassed to be in front of so many people. Finally, she was given a robe, and Sarah explained what they had found when they arrived. When Bonnie went to the bathroom and opened the robe, she saw the mark of a tattoo for the first time. She fainted and collapsed on the floor. The EMTs carefully placed her in the ambulance to take her to the hospital for a night of observation. While she lay under sedation, events happened that made her doubt she would ever be happy again. Benny had been trying hard to reach Bonnie for almost 2 weeks. Her assistant said he would pass on his messages, but Bonnie only returned his call once, upset and ranting before hanging up. Worried about their marriage, he did what he felt he needed to do. One of Bonnie's granddaughters, Megan, was very ill and needed a bone marrow transplant. They hoped Bonnie might be a match for her. He contacted Etta to explain the situation, and she promised to let Bonnie know. She wasn't aware of what was happening with Bonnie's assistant. Meanwhile, every adult in the family got tested, and they were thrilled to learn that Benny was a good match at 85%. 2 days later, the procedure took place while the family waited. Because of his age and a reaction to the medicine used, he stayed in the hospital for a few days. Megan showed improvement, and the family, especially her parents, were very happy. As Benny was leaving the hospital, he received a message that shocked him deeply. He saw an inappropriate photo of Bonnie and felt overwhelmed. Without saying anything, he made plans once he got home. He quietly arranged for a plane, flew to an unfamiliar city, and vanished. Bonnie awoke to a terrible situation. Luckily, one of the new security guards forgot to turn off the cameras and everything was recorded. Bob, Tom, and Miriam were arrested on serious charges. If found guilty, they might have to register as offenders wherever they lived. Bonita was caught trying to sell photos and faced similar charges, making it hard for her to find work. She ended up becoming a waitress. Bonnie cried for Benny, shocked when Hilda told her what had happened. She realized she had missed an important moment in her family's life. Thankfully, Megan was doing well and wanted her grandfather. They gently told her he was away on business, all the while wondering where he really was. Hilda made sure one of the family was always nearby and hired 4 top detective agencies to find him. It seemed like he had vanished. They searched everywhere, even visiting the Pacific Islands where they used to vacation. Mike Hogue was contacted. He claimed he didn't know where he was and began his own search. 6 weeks went by. Saul, Beth, Etta, Will, and Grace were very worried. Beth had worked with people like Benny before and feared the worst. They all felt a bit guilty for pushing her too hard. The media finally caught wind of the situation, the attack, the charges, and Benny's disappearance. Gossip magazines had a field day. One even published a blurred photo of her. They faced a huge lawsuit before they apologized and revealed where they got the image. Bonita was shocked when the police took her from work and charged her with new offenses. The magazine had promised to keep her safe. Out of options, Bonnie appeared on her favorite talk show, with Grace supporting her. She was the only guest, and the country listened in disbelief as she shared her story, breaking down several times. In the last 15 minutes of the show, Bonnie pleaded with Benny to let them know he was okay. "Please, my dear, I know I might have gone too far, not because of the attack that was what it was, but I shouldn't have put myself in that situation. I'm seeing a therapist now, and I haven't had a drink since that day. Just thinking about alcohol makes me feel sick. I went too far by ignoring you and putting our marriage at risk. It didn't matter that you warned me or that you tried to make time for me as you became famous. I feel deeply ashamed for neglecting my family when one of them was very sick." She paused to cry, and Grace gently rubbed her shoulders. Then she looked directly into the camera. "Benny, being the caring person you are, helped save the day. You donated bone marrow so your step-granddaughter could have a healthy life. You always loved your grandchildren, no matter what. Benny, if you're out there, know this. I will love you for the rest of my life, even if we never meet again. There will never be another man for me. I love you, and I will always love you." Bonnie broke down again, and the show came to an end. It made headlines on every news channel, increasing the search for Benny. 4 days later, Megan ran out of the house trying to pull Bonnie inside. "It's Poppy! He's on television! Come on!" She, Hilda, and Megan's mom rushed in. Bonnie looked at the screen, disappointed. Wiley Patterson, the country singer, was the guest on one of the morning shows. He was holding a guitar and talking about a children's book he had written. He explained it was partly about how he and his wife met and how they visited hospitals to bring joy to sick kids. The story had turned into a fairy tale he would tell his children when they were young. This book wouldn't be here without help from a good friend of mine. He knows a lot about this, and he guided me to make it something people could read. He nodded toward the man next to him, who was holding a bass guitar. The man was older, with long gray hair tucked behind his ears and a well-groomed mustache. He looked like a cowboy from the Old West. He smiled and said, "I think my friend is being too humble. I didn't do much for the book, just gave a few ideas to help it flow. I learned a lot from him, too. He even let me help him with a song or two." It was Benny. He had been in Nashville spending time with Wiley. I remembered how he had once talked with Benny for a long time about turning thoughts into stories or songs. The hostess, who had been reminded that the talk was about Wiley, not Benny, nodded and went on about the book. She mentioned that Beth had done the editing and her company published it. It had been out for just over 2 months and was gaining popularity. Later, Beth told me more. All I knew was that Benny was really backing it. I was told if I didn't find it good enough to publish, they would try somewhere else. It was good, really good. Benny can say what he wants, but that book has his influence all over it. So we published it. It came out 2 weeks before your book tour finished. I can't believe you didn't hear about it. He usually tells you everything. There's a copy on our shelves now, likely worn from being read. The dedication was to Moira, Wiley's wife, and to his brother-in-law, who had faced a tragic end. At the end, he thanked my good friend and the best wordsmith I ever knew, Benny Henson. As much as he might want to deny it, this book only happened with his help. I sat amazed as Wiley moved on from discussing the book to the songs he was about to sing. These songs were co-written with my friend Benny. They will be in the movie his company is making based on the play and book he has coming out. I want to thank him again for letting Moira and me be part of his creative journey. They set up another stool and microphone while he spoke. Then his wife Moira walked out. Her bright red curls were pulled back in a loose ponytail, and she was wearing a simple blouse and jeans. She gave Benny a kiss on the cheek and Wiley a kiss on the lips before she sat down. The first song was nice, but the second one really amazed me, and everyone else too. Before they started, Benny shared some background on the song. This is a story about a married couple who lost touch over time. It took a tough moment for them to reconnect. I wrote it for my wife, who I still love dearly, as a way to say I'm sorry for not being there for her lately. I'm sorry, Bon. I was so surprised that I almost missed the song. He still loved me, and he was in New York. The song, Weathered House, was beautifully haunting. It featured just a single guitar and bass, with the singing soft at times and powerful at others. I didn't know Benny had such a good voice. I couldn't remember ever hearing him sing before. His deep voice added a special touch to the harmonies. The hostess asked about the play, and Benny responded, "This is my first time working on a play. I met a producer named Derek Brooks when I first came to New York, and he gave us free tickets to one of his shows, but only if I let him look at my play first. I sent it to him a month ago, and he is really excited. He has one of the best playwrights in the country reviewing it and making adjustments for the stage. I will be in New York for at least 6 months to be part of the process." While looking at the camera, he smiled. "I want to talk about the rumors of my disappearance. I don't understand why everyone thought such wild things. I still had the same email and phone number. I just turned everything off for 2 weeks to focus. I wanted to think, especially about my wife. Did she still love me? Did I love her? Of course I did. Bonnie, if you still love me, you know where to find me." He was staring directly at the camera. Hilda was already on the phone to Beth and Saul, promising to tell Grace and Etta. A plane was waiting at the airport, ready for me as soon as I arrived. This was the leading story on the evening news. Benny Henson was safe and sound in New York City. Beth picked me up, and we drove in tense silence for a while. Then I took her hand and told her I was sorry for how I had acted. She apologized for not taking better care of me, and we shared a quiet moment of tears on the way to her office. Once we arrived, it was all about business. She brought up my book, but I quickly stopped her. Please don't talk about that again. I'm finished, Beth. There won't be any more books, and I won't discuss the current one. Changing the subject, she asked if I knew about the play. I didn't even know he was writing one. I haven't spoken to or seen Benny in almost 3 months, so I had no idea what he was up to. Still, even if I had been there, I wouldn't have known until he was almost finished. It's just how he does things now. Enough about work. I need to see my husband, and you have to tell me where he is. I don't know where he is, and no one seems to be saying much. I think this is a test. He wants you to find him. Are you ready to look? I'll search this city piece by piece if I have to. Any clues? Beth smiled. He's involved in a play. Go to Broadway and talk to Derek. If anyone knows where he is, it's him. Derek spotted me right away when I arrived, but was reluctant to share details about Benny. He has an apartment nearby, but I can't say exactly where. Even if I knew, I'd wait for permission to tell you. My advice is to stick around. He comes in a few times a week to make updates and provide feedback. He hesitated, deciding how much to say. This is going to be big, Mrs. Henson. It will likely be on Broadway for years. It's pretty simple, and there are only 3 actors in the show, all older. People are talking about it, and I'm getting calls from agents all over, even from other countries. Big names like Hugh Jackman and Sally Field are interested, plus many from Broadway. I'm glad I'm not in charge of casting. So I was allowed to stay in the theater and listen. I sat there every day for 2 weeks. It wasn't long before I realized the play was about Benny, me, and choices I've made. One scene, where a man asks his wife to just talk to him, felt like it was taken from our conversations. I cried quietly. They were using new actors, testing lines, building sets, and making sure everything looked good for what was to come. Someone handed me a box of tissues from behind. I didn't notice anyone was there. I took a handful and mumbled a thank you. I turned around to return the box and came face to face with my husband. There was a stillness as I gazed at him, a small smile playing on his lips. My shout stopped everything in the theater. Everyone rushed over, worried if I was okay. I was better than okay. I had the man I loved most in my arms, and I didn't want to let go. 2 strong stage hands gently moved us, placing Benny on a seat while I stayed in his lap. Derek walked over, smiling, and waved others away. He waited patiently until I finally let go. I see you found each other. Would you like a private space? Only if you plan to put a wall around us while we sit. I'm held close by the man I love, and I don't want to let him go. He smiled and walked away, telling everyone to give us some space. After we cried, we both said we were sorry. When Benny spoke after me, it hurt my heart again. It hurt me, Bon, even before the picture, to think I might lose you. You don't know how hard it was for me while I was out promoting my books. When you couldn't come, I wandered alone. The attention from other women made me uncomfortable. The idea of being unfaithful to you seemed ridiculous. But then you stopped talking to me and cut me out of your life completely. I had spoken to others who also had long separations from their partners and heard how many gave in to temptation. I started to think you were moving on without me. When you didn't answer your phone during the time your granddaughter was in trouble, my heart sank. Then the picture came, and I needed to leave. I don't know why I chose Nashville. Maybe because we had never been there. I felt lost for a week until I remembered the Pattersons. I called, and Moira came to get me in a big Jeep and took me to her home. I stayed in their guest house for a week before I began to feel better. Their son wanted to go fishing, and everyone else was too busy. He asked me at breakfast, and by the afternoon I was fishing with him and his sister by their pond. We caught enough fish to have for dinner the next night. Wiley and I sat by the fire pit the next evening talking about life and love. You didn't know, but I asked the family to keep an eye on you. I knew you were searching for me, but I still felt hurt and couldn't come back. Instead, I found a story online about a man who learned his wife had cheated on him years earlier and how much pain it caused even after all that time. She said it was due to feeling isolated, and that the mailman became a friend. He would stop there for lunch. One day she invited him in, and their lunches turned into more. Her husband grew suspicious and started coming home early to catch them. It all took place in Oklahoma, where a tornado forced them into a root cellar for hours. She realized how wrong she had been and decided to commit to her husband again. The funny part was that she inherited the house from her grandmother and insisted on moving. He had to drive a long way for the only job he could find. After fixing up the house, they decided to sell it and move back to the city. The husband found out about the situation only after the mailman passed away. The mailman had left her some items in his will, including a letter he had written but never sent. In the letter, he expressed his feelings for her and asked her to leave her husband. When they moved, he kept the letter tucked away until his passing. I was curious. Did the couple stay together? I'm not sure. The article didn't say. Well, I hope he found a way to forgive her. We'll never know. One thing that was interesting in the article was her comparison of their relationship to the house. She said their life was like the house. It survived through tough times and came out strong, just a little worn. He sighed. I worked on the draft for 16 hours a day for 4 weeks. Then I stopped to help Wiley with his little book. He had already written the story, and I just made it easier to read. I also picked up an acoustic bass he had, and he taught me the basics. Then I went on the show, knowing someone in the family would be watching. I wasn't sure about my place with you, so I made it clear that if you still wanted me, you'd have to come find me. And here we are now. I sat in shock. Then I reached for him, bringing our faces close until our noses almost touched. Listen to me, Benny Henson. I may have drifted a bit, but I never stopped loving you. You can't imagine the struggle I faced, wondering if I would ever see you again, wondering how I could go on without you. Right now, I want to make some promises to you. I will never let you go again, you understand? Never. I'm finished with writing. I'm done with being apart. From now on, if you're resting, I'll be right beside you unless I'm in your arms. I let go and pulled back, breathing heavily with emotion. Did he still want me? He just smiled. Okay, then. Whenever you're ready, I'll show you the apartment I rented for us while we start this new chapter. We hurried through the streets of New York, feeling youthful again. We spent some time together, both of us feeling a mix of joy and tears. You would think that after several months apart, we would rush things, but we took our time, trying to show our love in every gesture. As the days passed, things grew more passionate but still gentle. We didn't wake up until afternoon the next day. I wish I could say everything returned to how it was right away, but it took almost a year for things to feel normal again. We went through some difficult counseling for a few months, and the troubles with Bob, Tom, and Miriam were quite distressing. They were all found guilty of serious charges, even though Miriam claimed she hadn't participated. The evidence clearly showed her involvement, and the judge decided she was as responsible as the others. They all received 3 years' sentence but ended up serving about 6 months. Bob lost his law license, and Miriam and Tom lost their jobs because they were now registered offenders, and there was a school nearby that caused issues with the law. Bob moved away to work for his uncle as a paralegal in another state, thankful to find a new job. Tom's father helped them sell their house and gave them some money while they searched for new jobs. Things became a bit complicated in our mixed family because they had a restraining order that required them to stay 1,000 feet away from me, Benny, our home, and the studio. They would visit the family 4 times a year and would spend a week with them. The kids covered the costs wherever they stayed, while the couple barely managed. Then one day, Tom vanished. The boys felt sorry for their mother despite disliking what she had done, but since they were doing well, they rented a nice apartment for her, bought her a car every few years, and gave her money often. I secretly found joy in knowing that the help she received came indirectly from Benny. A Weathered House won 4 Tony Awards in its first year. The book became very popular, and the movie was almost as successful as Union of Souls. We visited New York 6 months after the book was published for a meeting with Beth and Saul, where we announced Benny's retirement. Saul smiled and chose to retire too. Beth was surprised and asked him to think it over, but he assured her that if he ever decided to write again, she would be the first to know. Will still managed our finances, having grown into a full office firm with us and the studio as his main clients. Grace continued to be our lawyer, just in case. We brought all our kids, even those who didn't work for us, together for a meeting. We handed the studio to 4 of them while keeping the 2 who worked in charity in their roles. The others kept their beloved jobs, and we ensured they were all well taken care of. Hilda, Sarah, and their husbands became full partners in the real estate business. 7 years later, the county allowed them to form a village called Hensonville. We attended the celebration, and Benny received a plaque naming him as the founder. He asked them to change the name, but the voters refused. Benny had one important rule for our family. Once a year in summer, every business we owned would shut down for a month, and all employees would receive full pay during their vacation. This led to very low turnover rates for any company in the state. The Henson family, which included Beth, her girlfriend Etta, and Etta's second husband Will, gathered together on their private island in the Pacific. This group also included Grace, Hilda, Sarah, their husbands, and extended family members. They would all spend the month together there. Wiley, Moira, and their family joined whenever they could. Mike Hogue often visited with his 3 wives, including a small woman who had once touched his heart, along with all their children. Every year we held a big party. Benny hired local people to help him create Southern-style cooking using oil drums and taught them his recipes. Up to 500 guests would come, including the king and his royal family. Our grandchildren, especially the teens, loved sharing photos of themselves with the royals. One of the princes, who was the 3rd son of the king's 2nd wife, connected well with one of my grandkids. She even asked to go to the new national university, dreaming of becoming a real princess. At home, we often took our little motorhome with the small SUV behind it for trips. In the summer or during holidays, we usually had 3 or 4 kids with us. We enjoyed visiting every natural wonder and amusement park in the country. I would sit in a chair, listening to Benny playing with the kids in the pool. Sometimes, I found myself feeling very happy and emotional. In the 9 years since we retired, Benny felt inspired to write only a few times, each after hearing interesting stories at campgrounds while enjoying some drinks. He turned those stories into short tales and published them online under a different name, earning good reviews every time. When we turned 60, we faced a loss in the family. One day, while looking at myself in the bathroom mirror, I noticed the changes in my appearance. I suddenly heard a soft voice, my old friend Plum. "We had a pretty good run, didn't we?" she said. The thought of losing her troubled me. "Nonsense! We are just managing our energy better now." Plum's voice sighed in my thoughts. "No, Bonnie, I'm ready to go. You all don't need me now, and it's not good to linger. Think of me fondly as time goes on. We shared many wonderful moments. I just wish we had met Benny sooner. We could have had even more fun." I could picture her laughing in my mind. "Even starting late, we did well, didn't we?" She didn't reply, and my heart sank a little. I cried on Benny's shoulder and shared my feelings. Benny, being so kind, knew how to lift my spirits. He lit the fire pit and gathered logs, then opened a trunk from the closet that we had almost forgotten about. It held all the toys we had gathered for Plum. Slowly, one by one, we threw them into the fire, recalling memories with each item. I stopped him just before he tossed the last toy in. "Let's keep it, dear. We can take it to bed with us tonight and say goodbye in a special way." After a long and meaningful evening, we fell asleep with the memory of Plum watching over us. The next morning, I cleaned the fire pit, and an idea came to me. I had started collecting pottery and recently got an old bean pot. I ran to grab it and gently brushed some ashes into it. That weekend, I took it to a man who fixes pottery and asked him to refire it with new clay. He attached the lid and added a large purple plum design on both sides. It now sits on our mantel, and all the kids know they are not to touch it. Hey, everyone! Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss any of the exciting stories we have coming up. What do you think about the characters in this story? Let us know in the comments. We'd love to hear from you.